Hello, 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 beautiful people! How are you doing? It's me, it's your boy, it's HAUNTED the Vagabond. We are back up to no good here on HAUNTED the Vagabond Industry Streams! Hope you all are having yourself a good evening. Had a good weekend so far. Or for some of our Australian viewers, uh, is it tomorrow already? Is this the morning or is it the evening? Or is it? I don't know time. Anyways, it's Monday. Okay, yeah. So it is already the week. Wow, damn! I'm streaming early for y'all, but for us on the other side of the world, still chilling on a Sunday night. And as you can see down here in the title of this stream, we are going to be doing a little bit of achievement hunting because I love me some Halo, playing some Halo, doing some achievement hunting because I've got a ton of these achievements already. I'm close to 70% collected on the Master Chief Collection on Steam, so we're making our way. Now, I do also want to say this is going to be one of the last streams that we have with this bad boy, this Blue Yeti, this guy. I originally bought this thing because, for one, before I had one of those like really shitty, like $20 mics that sounded like I was underwater. And then I bought the Yeti because it was like, well, you use this for podcasting. And that's why I used it mainly, as well as just starting the stream and all that. And yeah, we've got a new mic on the way. A whole new setup. I'm basically getting what I use at work as a radio DJ. A Audio Technica A2020 condenser mic with a interface and everything. It's going to be primo. It's going to be platinum. And I'm very much looking forward to having this thing. But, it is also a little bit bittersweet, I've had this thing since, 2011? No, not 2011. Not that early. Definitely about, 10 or 11 years. It's been a good minute. It served me well, but it is starting to reach the end of its life cycle as a microphone, and I want to get better audio quality. I want to be able to start doing those funny voice things you see on Twitter all the time from his name Schalt. I don't know. I basically want to start doing more voice work, and really work towards that as a side thing. I'll do voices for people because that's already my job. So why not be able to do that from the comfort of my own home and maybe make a little scratch on the side. I'm not achievement hunter about bad games, but good enough games to enjoy them. That's all you need, man. That's all you need, Hive. I'm wondering whether to invest in a new mic, but people keep telling me to get an XLR mic. That'll require an interface. Yeah. I don't do nearly enough to justify the expense. Yes, as it is definitely one of those things. If you don't need or don't feel like you could justify the use to get like a condenser mic, then don't bother. Because honestly, if you're just gonna be chilling on Discord doing shit, I mean, you really can't beat this. You can't beat a USB mic. It's just for me, for what I want to do, I want to get into actual voice work and all that. So I do need a proper interface. I do need a proper condenser mic. I want that shit to sound good. Studio quality. Currently using a field recorder? What's going on there, Hive? What do you mean a field recorder? I know a buddy who used to use like a pencil mic that you would use, like you would put it into a drum for whenever you were recording some drums or something. But a field recorders, that shit kind of crazy. But yeah, so big changes coming soon. Uh, Hopefully we'll be doing some cool stuff very soon. I'm also looking to move out of this place to somewhere a little bit nicer. I've got a place kind of, I checked it out today. I like it. It's in a nice neighborhoods, relatively newer house, I guess. Newer in a sense, it looks like that it was built in like 95 instead of 45. It was on sale and double as the USB mic, so why not? Alright, yeah, fair, facts. And yeah, new place, good luck. Ugh, I need all the luck I can get. I look all over the place and I'm trying to find something that is not going to be too expensive. Because, like, I remember when I was paying hand over fist for the place before this one, and that was brutal. That was tough. I put myself into the hole. I got close a couple times. But this place has been great. It's been a solid place. The only thing is, zero soundproofing. Like, I could literally talk to who's ever up there. And for the last little while, there hasn't been anyone up there, so it's been nice. And now someone's moving in full time. So it's time for me to go. Because, me. I'm loud. I like to talk. And I like to do stuff. So I need a place that can facilitate what I want to do. And not limit me, in a sense, So we're going to hopefully have this place situated sometime by August. And hopefully by then we're looking good. And also, keeping my eyes open for new job opportunities. So who knows? Maybe in the next few months I could be in a whole different city. I don't know yet. We're working towards that. But anyways, that's enough hot dogging and grandstanding from me. Let's get down to business and play a little bit of motherfucking Halo. And what we got on tap for you right here is I got a list of achievements I'm going to go through. The first one, like, 3 of these can all be done at the same time, which is what I'm hoping to do. And then there's this one, Enemies Everywhere, which was at the top of my still locked achievement list. That is basically just go through firefighting and do a whole set. And I'm gonna go do that. And as it turns out, you can do a customized firefight where you're invincible and have bottomless clips, so you can just keep shooting forever. And play on normal. It's very much it looks daunting, but actually it's insanely easy to get this one. So we're getting this one out of the way first. And plus, I haven't played firefighting in a good while, so let's get to it. Let's get on with it. But also, enough about me. How are y'all doing on this great day? Monday for Hive. I don't know about anyone else, but we might all still be in Sunday.
Firefight. The Covenant are advancing through your sector. You need to stop them in their tracks.
Set, start. Tough luck. On.
I forgot to make my movement a little bit better.
First strike.
Sniper, I don't really want that.
Red neutral.
Double kill. Shotgun spree. Kill atrocity. Killing spree.
Oh my god!
Kill spectacular. Open season.
I really want... Oh god, if I had sprint, that would be great. Just mowing through these guys.
Frenzy. Double kill.
Oh, did I not kill one of you? Hold on.
He doesn't seem to like that.
Reinforcements. Buck wild.
How to get at least buck wild, you know. Oh god, do they not have sprint? Oh, that sucks. Also, I forgot to go into the doing good in the process of restoring my grandfather's fountain pen. There's something like bringing an heirloom back to its former glory. That's actually a pretty cool hive. Very much looking forward to how that goes. If you haven't finished that, post that up in the story.
Shots landed.
Overkill. Run riot. Double kill.
Just trying to be efficient. Good work.
Kill-tacular. Rampage.
Target?
Triple kill.
God.
Double kill. Reinforcements. Double kill.
See, this is how a shotgun actually should be like.
Triple kill. Triple kill.
On target.
Of course, I was not lucky enough to just get a rocket launcher
Kill.
immediately.
Atrocity. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Reinforcement. Double kill.
I just naturally just want to like reload by hitting B. It's so ingrained into my body.
Triple kill. Triple kill. Double kill.
Excellent.
Reinforcement. Double kill.
You can see that shit.
Shots landed.
Overkill.
That one.
5 enemies remaining.
Oh, you hurt me. Get punched in the dick punch.
Invincible. 2 enemies remaining. Last enemy. Overkill. Lives added. Weapon drop.
Please give me a
Catch.
rocket.
Round
Spartan
start.
laser, that's not really what I want. And sniper. Yeah, sure. Grab it for funsies. Where? Yeah. What the? Oh, I forgot to turn drop ships off here. Ah,
Kill atrocity.
Stop.
Double kill.
where is it? Hey, did y'all happen to... No, have y'all happened to see...
Sniper spree.
They're over here.
Right on target.
Double kill.
So he got stuck somewhere. Now I can't see it. Oh, there it is.
B. Bullet. Double kill.
Ah, no, you knocked me off my perch. Die.
Double kill. Reinforcements.
Bitch.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Target eliminated.
Reinforcements. Triple kill.
This makes this go so much longer. Come on. I changed one thing and it made me reset it.
Target is taking rounds.
Double kill.
Company are looking at me like, what the hell? What in the goddamn? She is just not right.
Reinforcements.
Yeah, the drop ships take fucking forever. Really slows us down.
Good work, soldier.
Oh my god.
Double kill. Five enemies
Way
remaining.
more fragile than I
Double
suspected.
kill. Two enemies
I'm
remaining.
getting pretty good at this.
Triple kill. Last enemy.
Oh hey man. You know, your guys put up a pretty good fight. But not good enough.
Lives added. Weapon drop. Black eye on. Round start.
Rocket? Oh, God. Fuck. Don't want the Spartan laser. I want rockets.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
All right.
Reinforcements.
I didn't realize I had such good aim.
Alright, that. Alright, here they come. To the slaughter.
Double kill.
Now down.
Direct clear.
Oh, God.
Double kill.
It knocked me off that bridge.
He doesn't sleep at night.
Double kill. Reinforcements. Double kill. Double kill.
It's better than nothing.
Spectacular. Kill overkill.
I killed them all, didn't I?
Reinforcements.
Gonna give them a taste of their own medicine.
Damn right.
Right on the mark.
Kill catastrophe. Kilimanjaro. Overkill.
I think I got them all. Oh,
Reinforcements.
oh, this is literally just hold. This is what Cyclops sees all the time. to think about that, technically this is what Cyclops does all the time. He's just literally just his eyes are just doing this 24/7.
Atrocity. 5 enemies remaining. 2 enemies remaining. Overkill. Last enemy.
Anyways, guys, how y'all doing? I mean, I think I'm doing alright. I think this achievement is pretty much in the bag at this point, and bonus round. But where's the bonus? Where's the bonus?
He doesn't seem to like that.
Triple. Double kill. Kill atrocity.
Yay, we did it!
Game over.
That is one achievement down. Alright, let's update that. Boom! We killed a lot of things. They kind of deserved it too, because they're evil cubbies. Anyways, now for more or less the main event of the rest of the stream here. We are going to go through and complete all. So we'll have to restart the playlist. Time, yeah. So basically what we're going to go through, we're going to make sure that we look at the both Halo C and Anniversary Edition. Look at all the doohickeys and visuals, switching between them for each level so that we get before and after. We're also going to make sure that we get all the skulls and all the terminals. Just so those are out of the way. And we may as well just do it on easy, because, I mean, why the hell not? Alright, the first ones are actually going to be, like, very, very easy. They're almost, like, right at the start of the level, so shouldn't be too hard to get the ones here, and then we'll just, like, blast through this level.
Tube shows green. Cycle complete.
Alright, get me out of here.
Sorry for the quick thaw, Master Chief. Things are a little hectic right now. The disorientation should pass quickly.
Welcome back, sir. We'll have you battle-ready stat.
Chief, please look around the room. I need to get a calibration reading for your battlesuit's diagnostics. Good.
This is the worst part, is having to go through this. It's how long it is. At least for the other games, they realize it's like, alright, just look up, look down. Do you want it inverted? No? Alright. It's Mr. Chief. That's him. Yeah. Yeah.
I gave you a double dose of the wake-up stim. Take a quick walk around the cryo bay and join me at the optical diagnostic station when you're ready.
Skull. Iron Skull unlocked. And we've also seen everything in that, so we will just over here do our bit.
I know the ordnance techs usually take care of your targeting sensors, but we're short of time, Chief. Just look
Yeah,
at
I
each
know,
of the
buddy.
flashing
Oh,
panels
don't
to
worry, I
target
know.
them. When you lock on, it'll change color. Okay, that looks good.
Sir, I'm getting some calibration errors. I'm going to invert your looking stick so you can see if you like it better that way.
People who play inverted are strange. I'll play this game like it's
Is
a...
that better, or should I switch it back? Okay, try looking up and down again, please. Do you want me to leave it like that or switch it again? Okay,
leave it
I'll
like
leave the
it
pitch normal, but if you want, you can change it yourself later. I'm ready for the energy shield test now.
Please follow me to the energy shield test station.
Fire team, report
It is kind of impressive that they're making essentially two games run at the same time.
stand by to repel boarders.
My dad's going through. He's watching the Rider game right now.
Okay,
just like,
sir, look at me so we
yeah.
can begin. Okay, bring his energy shields online, please.
Let's just see how much they're getting their asses kicked while this is happening.
Okay, sir, bring them down to test the automatic
27-17. Goddamn, guys. Shea Patterson. Got a thing. But yeah, that second quarter was all them. Then Bridges just got a touchdown right at the end. Damn. Look at Ty Cats. Get shit out of her, boys.
Recharging normal. You're showing green across the board.
Alright, we're nominal.
This is Captain Key. Send the master
Okay,
chief to the
let's go.
bridge immediately.
Let's go.
Captain,
Guys,
we'll
let's
have to
go.
skip the weapons diagnostics and
On the double, Truman.
Aye, aye, sir. The skipper seems jumpy. We'd better get moving. We'll find you weapons later.
Yeah, I wonder why, man.
I'll leave the self-diagnostics running at least.
Good idea. You'd better get to your evac group, Sam.
Affirmative. I just have to reset the computer and I'm out of here. Oh God, they're trying to get through the door. Intruders in the IO2, please.
Sam! Sam! Come on, we've got to get the hell out of here. This way.
Alright, you have fun with this one. I hate to see it. Let me through.
Firing! We got company.
Good jump. It's good that I watch a lot of speedrunners play this game, so I know that a couple of things to do. Really, with this one, you just gotta be quick, know the layout. Captain Keys.
Don't keep it loaded, son. You'll have to find ammo as you go.
The terminal. Oh, it's this one. It's this red one. Incoming message.
Achievement Council, proximity to Installation 04 is forbidden. Your continued presence will result in most unpleasant countermeasures. I must insist that you immediately change course and return to a minimum safe distance of 1 light year. This has served as your one and final warning. I have activated defensive systems, and you now have 30 seconds to return to the minimum safe distance of... Wait. Curious. Curious indeed, after all these years. Greetings, humans, and welcome to Installation 04. Ignore prior warnings, and please continue. I have disabled defensive systems to allow your approach, but you must not exit your ship once you have arrived at the designated landing center. This reef contains significant dangers, and even with your assumed legacy, I must verify the presence and pitch of your gauge before allowing full access. We have much to discuss, humans. I have been away far too long. You have been away far too long.
Yeah, because we're reclaimers. 343 Guilty Spark certainly is a dude. A little guy with a big gun pointed at sentient life's head. Yeah, he really is just a little guy, but also, fuck this guy.
Want some more of
Those
this?
Marines could use some help, Chief. Do what you do best.
Firing! What the? Follow me! Careful! Yes, sir. Cocky now. Anyone see him?
7 and 8. Fall back to secondary defensive position.
Alright, that take your ball back.
Let's do it.
Let's do
What the
it.
hell?
Yeah.
Did something just hit us?
Move in! Back to the airlock! Want some more?
It did not last.
They're using our lifeboat airlocks to attach their boarding craft. We go out and they come in. Clever bastards.
Clever bastards.
Where'd they go?
Bro got punched. Just a little guy, but at the same time, not a fan of the little guy. Big not a fan of this little guy. It's like that scene Always Sunny where they're throwing guns at Dark Brother. I've had enough of this guy. That's me, Guilty Spark. It's really this entire cast of Guilty Spark. On easy, you may as well just be like guaranteeing the survival of every Marine. I'm just rolling through these guys. Oh yeah, who was excited for Kingdom Hearts LP this Wednesday? I am excited because I've never touched Kingdom Hearts. I think the only time I did anything that's remotely with KH is I think back when you could play like demos of games at like EB Games or GameStop. That was like back when Kingdom Hearts 2 came out. I think I played a bit of like a mission in it. I don't know if it was like the demo for it or if it was just like they had the game running for like X amount of time. And I don't even know if it's really a thing, but I remember there being like a bit where I'm running around and like pulling signs off of walls or something. I don't even know if that was actually Kingdom Hearts.
You make me proud, man.
But for some reason, I associate that specific memory with Kingdom Hearts because I think it was Kingdom Hearts. I don't fucking know, man. Either way, I'm excited for you experiencing Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, I've had so many friends who are like, "Han, buddy, you'll enjoy Kingdom Hearts." I'm like, well, I mean, I like me some Final Fantasy, and you know, grew up like everyone else in the 90s. Grew up with that good old Disney. That's my favorites. So I think I'll enjoy it. Finally understanding everything will be kind of cool.
The life pods are launching. We should hurry. The Covenant are destroying the life pods.
Cortana, open this up. The Waypoint podcast did a retrospective on Kingdom Hearts at one point.
We have to use the ship's maintenance access
Also, Waypoint good.
Follow the
They said a
nav
lot.
point, lead you to an
Rip Vice, just in general. It was good. It was good. Vice was good. I enjoyed a lot of the stuff that they put out, and it's sad to see them go. But you know, like Austin Walker is one of my favorite, like, just creators in general. So like,
detecting Covenant movement
yeah, I'm looking
outside
forward to
access
that.
ways. Activating motion tracker.
Definitely.
Let's find a safe
You know,
exit.
afterward, I've tried my
Top of
best to
us,
just
let's find a
not
halfway
experience any of it. Just like not watch a podcast, not listen to a podcast, not watch any videos on it. I'm going in as blind as a bat on this one.
Motion tracker shows all clear. Wait. We need to get to that door, but it's been damaged by an explosion. Analyzing. The door's control mechanism is offline.
Correct.
It's taken a lot of damage.
You know,
You should be able to bash it open
they
with the butt of your
established that thing where you can like break open a wall or a door or something. They never do that again. Rip Vice, I can't say you were too good for this world, but you enabled good stuff. That's the big thing. Like, with anything that dies, you know, like that, it's like, you know, there was good stuff. Not all of it, but there was a lot of good stuff. Also, hey, check it out. There's us. Mr. Chief. UNSC Petty Officer John 117. And also UNSC Petty Officer Linda 058. Guess you didn't know that. That's technically who you're playing as in the if you're doing co-op. You're playing Linda for second player 2. My experience with Kingdom Hearts is playing a tiny bit of Kingdom Hearts 1 and playing a bunch of Chain of Memories until my GBA shoulder buttons broke, which literally prevented me from continuing. That sucks. Dude, that sucks. At least now you can play all the games on the Steam. Also, I'm very excited because it's the first, like, co-op campaign LP I've done in a while. Because we got Charles, we got Ethel on the joint. It's gonna be a whole lot of fun. Looking very forward to going through these games with those two as well. And Charles is gonna be our like lore master in this case.
The damage to the superstructure is extensive.
And also I guess game master because he'll know and probably guide me through some of the tougher sections. Yeah, I'm playing them on Steam. I said the only way I will play these games is if they come out on Steam. And I remember I said that years ago when they first came to PC, but it was like Epic Games exclusive. I remember I said that to Charles, and he's just like, "Man, you're going to be waiting for years." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll wait." And lo and behold, my patience paid off. Alright.
Oh no!
Now would be a very good time to leave.
Yes, ma'am. You want to install the mod that replaces all the AI textures with regular EGS texture? There's a mod for that. Wait, like for real? Because if there's a mod I can add to this to make it a bit better, send me a message with that because I will put that in. Thank you, Hive. Always appreciate that. And everyone else.
Chief? Chief, can you hear me?
Because Chief can't have
Les,
anything
are you alright? Can you move?
Oh, geez. I got flip turned upside down there.
There's nothing we can do.
Actually, there's one thing I kind of want to see. So we got the enemies forever. Yes, we're at 70% now. 487 achievements. We'll be at 490 by the end of tonight. Bench. Okay, there's Halo, CE, Banshee. Just want to look up something real quick. Is there any single playthrough? No fly zone. Does that? Hello. MCC. No fly zone. We're pulling up something real quick.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Jeff and Michael from Achievement Hunter. And Michael, we're going to get the No Fly Zone achievement in Halo Anniversary Combat Evolved Anniversary.
All right, let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So here we are on the level where you walk across this
What's
bridge.
the name of the level? It's called Halo.
It's called Halo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the name of the level. And the game.
And the game. Is the level called Combat Evolved? Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary?
I don't think so. I think it's just Halo.
Just Halo.
Yeah.
All right, well, why don't you tell us, since I have a busted hand and I didn't actually play this.
All right. Well, this is right at the beginning of the second level Halo. I'm playing on easy.
God,
what you have to
the game
do
was
is
gorgeous.
destroy 3 out of the 4 Banshees in the level. These 2 are right in the beginning. This one will fly at you. Let it get a little close, so the second one is time to fly towards you. So you take out that one, and the second one will continue to fly past you once you destroy the first one. It'll just fly away, and you won't be able to get it.
He's like, fuck this noise.
Yeah,
I'm not going up against a pistol.
Yeah. Oh, you're right?
No.
Yeah.
Pistol.
So you don't have to get them because there's 2 more later, but it's easy enough. All right, so you save the first set of Marines. You get the Warthog.
That's right. Excellent driving.
You drive out underground, come out into the other field, which is this. After you save the first out of the 3 groups of Marines, on your way to the second group, these Banshees will spawn, and these will both attack you. So after, as you pointed out, my expert driving, hop out and just, pistol
Let them have it.
And I had the 2 earlier, so that's 3.
All right, so I guess that's just how easy it is to get this. So we will get this while we're at it. Don't mind that. All right. Halo 1 pistol, my beloved. Oh, how I love you dearly, Mr. Halo 1 pistol. There's no one like you. No one ever better than this weapon right here.
I recommend moving into those hills.
Ah, yes. Easy for people who can aim. I not me. That's. I'm sure you could have hit him.
We must be looking for survivors. I recommend immediate evasion.
Yeah, that guy goes back. Here he comes. Boom. That's 2 out of 3. I like how it's not even shoot down all 4. It's shoot down 3 of 4. So I guess we'll get this one on the way. Yeah, luckily on easy, everything's kind of a pushover. Remember when me and Rye were trying to do the lasso run through here? How fucking difficult it was to get back up to that to hit a hit a trigger, so we would just like move on, not having to fight everything. Because this game's lasso is so goddamn hard. Look, a Mark 5.
Good to see you, sir. I thought we were the only ones who made it off the Pillar of Autumn.
God, look at all this.
It's a mess, sir. We're scattered all over this valley. We called for evac, but until you showed up, I thought we
Look
were
how
cooked.
different Johnson looks from this to remastered.
Don't worry, Sergeant.
It's fucked
Stay
up.
here until evac arrives.
Ah! Yikes! That dude's scared out of his mind. It's just like an ensign, man. He's just like, I gotta fight these fucking aliens? Shit. These goddamn aliens all over my goddamn lawn. Okay, that guy's down.
Look sharp! Covenant dropship on approach. I could use some help over here.
And okay, they're done. Boom! Anything else? Oh, you want some too? All right, I'll come play with you. Oh shit. Maybe I should have gone. Just kept going forward.
Uh-oh, another bandit dropping in behind us. They're trying to flank us.
Well, really, they would only be flanking us if they had allies who were also flanking us. I got fucking combat rollout? I've never seen that before.
Going in. Yeah! There it is. Where? I'm on it. Retreat! Fighting retreat.
See, this is how you should do it, because you just dropped in a bunch of enemies. You're about to drop in another. That is flanking. Now all of them are unscared going to kill the commander.
Fall back, Marine.
Oh. Just ran by me.
Echo 419. Anybody
Echo 419. Faux hammer.
Roger, Echo 419. This is Fire Team Charlie. We read you. Is that you, Fohammer?
Roger, Fire Team Charlie. Good to hear from you.
Fohammer, we need transportation to the command shuttle.
I'm on my way.
Look, more lifeboats. They're coming in fast.
Hey, I might need that.
Lifeboats make it down. Right on top of it.
Thank you.
Fohammer, we need you to disengage your warthog. The Master Chief and I are going to see if we can save some soldiers.
Roger, Cortana.
So we're popping the
Okay, Charlie Team.
these
we're on
graphics.
board. Saddle up and give 'em hell.
Roger, Fohammer. Stand by to evac survivors and transport them to safety.
That's affirmative. Echo 419 staying on station. Bullhammer out.
The Master Chief and I need some backup. Can you spare a few men?
All right, then. Oh.
Can you believe this is a 23-year-old game? Still showing you new things? That's the impressive thing. A great game can feel new at any age, no matter how old it is. That is a sign of quality. What Bungie used to be. Better go get the skull while we're at it and fall down. All right, yeah, cool. No, that's what I wanted. You guys just hang in there. There it is. So the first one was iron. This is boom. Old boom skull. Boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Survivors will
I want
probably
you
stick
in
close
your
to their
room.
emergency beacons. You need to find where the lifeboats landed.
Oh, sorry, no, sorry, guys. Just there we go. I know that the
This cave is
terminal
not a natural formation.
is somewhere down
Someone
there.
built it, so it must
built
lead
it.
somewhere.
It must lead somewhere. Yeah,
I've
this
hacked into the Covenant battle network.
it's not a natural formation.
Actually broadcasting tactical data on unencrypted channels. We should show them who they're dealing with. Master Chief, I'm going to use your suit's transcom system to monitor their chatter.
I know this one, it's that light down here. A little water break.
I am experiencing such a mixture of anticipation and dread. All preparations are complete for my installation. In accordance with the final dictum of the Ecumene Council, I have released myself of all remaining connections to my former station. This was not difficult. What was could never be again. We had seen to that quite well.
Oh, I actually missed one.
Prior to
We'll have to
my
restart the
journey
level.
through the Great Portal, a gathering of my fellow monitors was convened upon the Lightworkers' Crash to distribute the final index collection.
Wow. We have to restart the mission because I missed one. Which also means we'll have to shoot down those.
Chief? Chief, can you hear me? At last.
That sets us
Are you
back a
all
little
right?
bit.
Can you move?
We'll.
The others. The impact. There's nothing we can do. Warning. I've detected multiple Covenant dropships on approach. I recommend moving into those hills. If we're lucky, the Covenant will believe that everyone aboard this lifeboat died in the crash. system is incredibly sophisticated. Alert! Covenant dropship inbound. They must be looking for survivors. I recommend immediate evasion.
Mouse over here. There's those Banshees. Okay, we are gonna blast right through all this as fast as we can. Apparently, I forgot the mythic skull was back there. There we go. Would it be a crazy kind of achievement if it was like complete a level without ever taking your hand, ever stop moving forward or something? It's like crazy kind of achievement.
Who made it off the Pillar of Autumn. It's a mess, sir. We're scattered all over this valley. We called for evac, but until you showed up, I thought we were cooked.
Don't worry, Sergeant.
Yeah, the whole, I'd like the old models more. Come on, coming down. You want to fight? I'll see some sort of video going on the side just to keep us stimulated.
Uh-oh, another bandit dropping in behind us. They're trying to flank us.
I just flanked them. It would be nice if Twitch was cool and you could just, you know, put on a movie. Like, if copyright just didn't fucking matter, Just like put on. Well, I guess we could put on like movies that are the public domain. Can you imagine that? Yeah, just on the side, we're just watching public domain movies while playing some Halo. A lot of stuff from the 30s, you know. I've seen people streaming public domain movies during their subathons. Yeah, full hammer.
Coming in fast.
Very good. I don't have to kill that guy this time.
Right on top of it.
Bowhammer, we need you to disengage your warthog. The Master Chief and I are going to see if we can save some soldiers.
Roger, Cortana.
About time you showed up.
Okay, Charlie Team, Warthog deployed. Saddle up and give them hell.
Roger, Bowhammer. Stand by to evac survivors and transport them to safety.
That's affirmative.
Grab
Echo 419, staying on station.
side piece.
The Master Chief and I need some backup. Can you spare a few men?
Oh shit, Johnson hopping in with us. Yeah, let's go! I've never had him on the side.
Hold the double. The rest of you get to the dropship.
Something saddest anime deaths. Oh god, it makes me so sad when Full Hammer dies. So I'm just like, God, shit made it. Y'all should have made it. Those that we lost.
Where'd you learn to drive?
Oh, gotta go up here. Skull. How's that?
Survivors will probably stick close to their emergency beacons. We need to
Unless
find
they
out
already
those
counted
men.
it. Which, I mean, good for us then. Alright, well. We'll go hit the terminal for a good measure, watch all of it. And then, we'll finish up this level. She made it, just like
This
Johnson.
cave is not a natural formation. Someone built it, so it must lead somewhere.
Oh yeah.
I've hacked into the Covenant battle map. We're actually broadcasting tactical data on unencrypted channels. We should show them who they're dealing with. Master Chief, I'm going to use your suit's transcom system to monitor their chatter.
Now, it's water time.
I am experiencing such a mixture of anticipation and dread. All preparations are complete for my installation. In accordance with the final dictum of the Ecumene Council, I have released myself of all remaining connections to my former station. This was not difficult. What was could never be again. We had seen to that quite early. Prior to my final journey through the Great Portal, a gathering of my fellow monitors was convened upon the Lightworkers Cranch to distribute the final index collection. It was most unusual to have this vessel of rebirth play host to such an event. Even though Lightworker ships were the only ones still allowed slip space permissions, Lightworkers were responsible for getting us to our places on the active facilities of the array. While all of this was in accordance with the plan, one entirely unsatisfactory breakdown
I
remained.
kind of liked it better when
No contact with the domain.
the Forerunners were just this mysterious race of people, and we just didn't know a whole lot, and then Halo 4 happens, and we have to fight a bunch of Forerunner knights and shit, the Didact, and all that, and it sucked.
Would future civilizations know anything about us? Or only of our weapons?
Yeah, the novels do expand on them. Also reminds me, I've really been meaning to actually like listen to the Halo novels. The Halo 3 did it as well, and technically Halo 2 did it, but like fighting Sentinels it's trivial. But the knights and shit, and the like all of that in Halo 4 just like just didn't feel good. Like Halo 3 did it enough. Oh yeah, the terminal entries in Halo 3 are some of the best like lore building stuff in the game. It is actually like kind of impressive. Alright, making the jump. Yeah. Big old motherfucking jump. Alright, Johnson, I need you to hold the board real quick.
What the? Over here! Found it! Got it! Wasted!
Oh. Didn't mean to hit that. Guys said the 343 trilogy basically rebooted itself. 3 games in a row. Yeah.
Over here! Let's do it!
It was not a fun time.
Give me an angle!
Again? I did it again. Oh my god. It's like it would be better if they just committed to it, and also if we just didn't have to fight the Covenant. Because like we won the war. We won the war. Why are we still fighting the Covenant? Because there's splinter factions. And really, they didn't even have to keep going forward in the obsession with just constantly going with the Master Chief, when they have shown that they were very much capable of making stories that don't have to revolve around John 117. Like they could have gone back. Prequels. More prequels. Would have been great. Like Reach and ODST. Like, that shit rocked. People love those games. And for good reason, because they're great. They are great fucking games. And they just can't abandon the Chief. And it's been a bit of their detriment to the games post Bungie, basically.
There's new traffic on the Covenant battlefield.
I also have a lot of strong thoughts about the Halo TV show, even though I haven't watched it. Enough stuff I have heard by proxy has pissed me off. What about the Master Chief fucking? I've been mad about that ever since. heard some of the battle scenes are pretty good, but I'm also like, the story sounds like dog shit because they made this entire different universe when they didn't fucking have to. And catch me in the future on Now If I Review You First, and I'll be like, alright, we're redoing the fucking Halo TV show, we're doing it right. Where the first, like, season, 2 seasons, I bet, it's gonna be all about Johnson. We're going to the beginning of when the Spartans were first being made, the Orion Project, and what that was actually about. It was about fucking imperialism and keeping the fucking status quo, and basically it was turning into Gundam, where the space people were like, we don't want to fucking deal with the UNSC and the fucking people on Earth. We are our own people. We are our sovereign entity. And then the aliens showed up, and suddenly all of a sudden, and like the Spartans were initially made to keep the human rebellions, the space rebellions down, to stop that shit, and then all of a sudden, oh shit, what the fuck? Aliens? Who are Christian?
There it is. Here comes more.
Cool. Yeah, a lot of these guys come out of the woodwork.
We should search the interior.
It did. I think the interesting thing about Halo 4 is that it brings things from humanity's past and John 117's past to contend with. It was interesting to see things, his journey, microcosm of humanity's mistakes are. Oh shit. That's the best part of Reach. Yeah, exactly. Like, the thing with Halo is that it does have this really expansive universe that has been fleshed out through novelization and comics and everything. They have done such a good job on expanding upon the ideas that were first laid with this game. And when Paramount or whoever was like, alright, let's make it the TV show, they completely abandoned all those ideas to make their own canon for some reason. And I just don't understand why. The brick, you had the Lego set. It was already there. You could have built the Death Star. And they decided, no, we're gonna build the Millennium Falcon or some bullshit instead. And the whole time I'm fucking standing there like, why? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? This is it was unnecessary.
Oh
Basically, what I wish, like I was saying, how I wish the TV show was literally just, alright, we're going right back to the start. Our central characters are Sergeant Johnson and Halsey. And I guess maybe Lord Hood. And like whoever is in charge of like humanity, and just like the creation of the Spartans, kidnapping children, doing all the fucking evil shit that the fucking UNSC did. And we are going to establish why this shit was fucking bad, why the UNSC was kind of evil. And then they got a get out of jail free card thanks to the Covenant showing up. Yeah, there we go. Another achievement. Man, Halo Legends did that. Why can't a prestige show do that? I don't know. I remember Halo Legends. It was kind of fun. Some of the cool ideas that they got to expand upon and make animes for them.
There's another one.
But they can't help themselves. Hell, you can have whole seasons just about the Covenant. Also, who's calling me?
Get the lead out, Marines!
Oh, my dad's calling. Hold on.
Come on!
Shoot.
Nice shot.
BRB. And we're back. How we doing? How we doing? Just had to do, you know, the son duty of wish my dad a happy Father's Day. Also, apparently the Riders fucking won while I was streaming. So, yeah, let's go, boys. 2-0 to start the year.
Nice shot.
There are some Marines hiding in the hills above the structure.
Keep it steady.
Keep it steady.
Who's the man? You're cocky now.
The cavalry's arrived.
Here comes more. Over here. Roger that. Going after him. I'm with you. Whoa. Showtime. Come get some. Firing. What the? That's what I'm talking about. Over here. There's another one. Firing. Yeah, baby. You're almost a man. That one's down.
Echo 419 to Cortana. Bowhammer's on station and ready for another pickup.
Affirmative, Bowhammer. We're ready for dust-off. Approach when ready. We're going to look for the last lifeboat, Echo 419. Good luck.
Alright, let's get that done. What was I bitching about before? Probably about the Halo TV show. What I wanted.
More of them.
I picked up reports that the Covenant has located and secured the Pillar of Autumn's crash site. The good news is the captain is still alive. The bad news is that the Covenant have captured the entire surviving command. Let's hurry and find the final lifeboat so we can link up with the rest of the survivors.
Thank you, Hive.
Survivors detected. Marines are concealed in those rocks.
Found him. I'm on it. School is now in session. Whoa! There's another one.
So we're just gonna have
Back
those
me up.
guys right here. Or I might just have them drive
Smooth
around.
now. Everybody out.
Johnson, are you gonna drive, buddy? Wait, I guess not.
Go, go, go.
I guess I can.
Floor it.
Probably go meet these guys.
Hey, look, a Mach 5.
Heads up! I got a Covenant dropship down there.
That guy. Sick tactical roll. Now you're dead. Well, Johnson's probably gonna die if he, It's gonna be really funny because it's like... Team leader on the next issue.
Nice one. There it is.
Just suck. Bad 1,000.
That's the last of them. Roger that. I'm on my way.
We all made it?
New traffic on the Covenant battlenet. I found Captain Keyes. He's being held on a Covenant cruiser. The Truth and Reconciliation. A ship I disabled before we abandoned the Autumn. The Truth and Reconciliation touched down on a desert plateau roughly 300 kilometers upspin. There's our ride. Get aboard and let's get out of here.
Welcome aboard, Master Chief. Ready for dust off.
Those guys up there are gonna actually come down. Well, full armor, we need to make sure this is lore accurate. Guys, gonna come in.
Game on!
There we go.
Hit the gas!
I want to see if these guys actually will like get in if I come close enough. I don't think they actually will, because like there's only 2 seats, and Chief needs a seat.
We should move out, Lieutenant, and then we'll need your help.
And you
with
know
the
what?
rescue mission.
They're not even there, so we can only assume that they hopped out. Yeah. 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 So I'm gonna add something to this, because I feel like we do need a little bit extra. Just something going on in the background. Let me see what was going on in my watch later. Yeah, watch these. What's that one? We're gonna add. Just gotta have this going on in the corner. Just, over here. actually look on screen. I don't know, let's see. Alright, you can see it. Well, thank you very much. Big shout out Hive. Make sure you download that later. Oh, for the Kingdom Hearts texture downgrade, that's gonna be very helpful. So you know what we're gonna do for this grindo revision? Gonna add a filter, fix filter. I think it's cropping pad actually. No. How do I change the opacity? That's what I wanted. Is it chroma key? It might be chroma key, actually. Color key. So it's not, like, totally in the way, you know? But this is a video I've been wanting to watch. An artist that I follow on Twitter. Just wanted to make a video about, like, DJs who wear masks. So we'll just have this going on in the background.
Out of all the things I'm passionate about in life, there are two that stand out above the rest. The first is character designing. Specifically, I love designing masked or otherwise faceless characters. I couldn't tell you exactly how I got into it, but I've grown to love the creativity and design opportunities that masked characters provide. Whether it's in video games or movies, TV shows, or online series, my favorite characters tend to be the ones who have faces I can't see. The other thing I'm passionate about is dubstep.
Shut the fuck up!
I'm talking nose-bleeding, neck-breaking, brain-hemorrhaging dubstep. I'm talking every genre beneath the umbrella term of bass music, and many more beyond. And I'm gonna mostly stay away from using the term EDM, since I know it can be a bit contentious as a label, but if something is electronically produced, if it makes me want to dance, and if it's, well, music, then there's a place in my heart for it. Surprisingly, the overlap in the Venn diagram of masked characters and DJ producers is larger than you might think. Within the last 15 or so years, and especially within the last 5, there has been a wave of new masked DJs to the scene, creating this sort of subgenre within the artist community itself. I find myself gravitating towards these projects not only because of my interest in masked designs, but because a lot of the time, masked artists have a certain degree of world building and character design in their projects, and I find that extra layer of creativity absolutely fascinating. And also, sometimes they just look cool. Sometimes it's not any deeper than that. So I just wanted to take a moment to talk about some of my favorite DJs who fit that description, as well as a few more masked artists that I just think are super neat. Now, some of these artists are very popular and very mainstream, and some are much more underground in comparison. Some are projects that have been going on for years, some have started just recently, and some have been discontinued for quite some time. Regardless of those factors, I really want to talk about all of them. Usually, when you see articles covering masked DJs, they list the same 10 or so names over and over again. And while some of those names are covered in this video, I wanted to shine a light on a bunch more artists who fit that description. So, to get a few things out of the way first, given how lengthy this list turned out to be, these spotlights are going to be relatively short and surface level, barring a few notable exceptions. So if any of these artists pique your interest, I definitely recommend doing a deep dive into their work when you can. Secondly, while the title is 50 Masked DJs for brevity, and there are in fact 50 masked DJs in here, I'm not falsely advertising, there's also some people mentioned who are more so vocalists within the scene, or they're producers who have masked personas but don't really perform live, or maybe they used to be masked but aren't anymore, or maybe they've had several masked projects projects in their career, so a more accurate title would be an overview of about 60 projects that feature masked DJs or masked musicians who I can somehow justify fitting under the broad category of electronic music. But that's not a very algorithm-friendly title, so yeah, just be aware that there's a little bit of everything in this video. And since it'd be a little too distracting to have their music playing in the background, especially the heavier bass artists, I made these little intro cards that have a snippet of their work, which will hopefully do a good job of summarizing their sound in 5 to 10 seconds. I really do encourage you, though, to check out their music if someone catches your interest. Continuing on, a blanket apology if I didn't fit your favorite artist into this list. I am just one gal with the hell of a hyperfixation, but even I don't know every single masked artist, and this video is already gonna be really long as it is. And hopefully I don't get any major details wrong, but if I do, I'll make a pinned comment with edits for anything that needs to be fixed or clarified. Now, I'm gonna set up the list like this. Each artist is gonna have a short intro with some base information, and in most cases, it'll be followed up by a fit check of sorts. Fashion and character design go hand in hand, and whether done consciously or not, the decisions made and how these artists dress or design their masks and helmets really do a lot to help bring a character to life or cement their branding. And as a character designer myself, I can't turn my brain off and I just notice these things. There are going to be points in this video where it sounds like I've put way too much thought into something that's not that deep at all, and that's true. I have. I think too much about everything always, and I wish I could stop. But also, sometimes I just want to gas up a nice fit. And at the end of their section, I'll also include a music recommendation for their original work and or a live stream set that they've played. And to put it plainly, this video is not a critique in any sense. The whole vibe is going to be very positive, no matter who I'm talking about or for how long. There are going to be a few jokes here or there, but none of them are meant in a mean spirit. I'm going to be very informal too, and while I aim to give you some basic facts, I'm going to be interjecting a lot of my own thoughts and feelings about these projects. By the end of this, you're probably going to be sick of how many times I say I love something or how gorgeous I think something is. And I'm actually, in hindsight, this is like kind of partially a vlog too. I'm gonna say so many times that I saw X artist at Y Festival, and 95% of the time, that festival is gonna be Lost Lands. That's like basically the only one I go to. Honestly, half this video is just like low-key a Lost Lands advertisement, and I'm not even getting paid for it. I just love dinosaur dubstep Disneyland, okay? And I'm gonna pull back the curtain here a little bit. I'm re-recording this intro as the last thing I do for this video, and I just need to warn you guys that the audio quality and the way I talk bounces around everywhere, especially in these first few sections. It apparently took me 2 months to learn how to talk into a microphone and have it not sound terrible, but re-recording
that's actually super important.
All these sections would have put me way off schedule, so please bear with past Kata here, it does get better. So before I get just super off track, all of that is to say, this is just a silly little video talking about over 50 different masked DJs and musicians who I just think are really neat. But that's long enough of an intro. It's time to get into the real meat of this video. I'm gonna put this list in a mostly alphabetical order, switching around names here or there to make it flow better, but hopefully overall, this will keep me from front-loading the video with my most favorite artists or the most popular ones. Except this is still gonna start off with literally 2 of my most favorite artists ever who are pretty well known.
AT-Aliens?
AT-Aliens are an anonymous duo who originated from Atlanta, got their start in the early 2010s, and have absolutely been tearing it up in recent times. And listen, I'm not even gonna try to hide my bias. I think these guys are really good at what they do. Their music ranges from like experimental bass with absolutely wild sound design to incredibly heavy tracks to just really nice music that makes me sentimental for some reason. They also have these chanting vocals you'll hear in a few of their tracks, and I could be misremembering, but I think they said they make these vocals themselves. I don't know how exactly, but I'd like to imagine one of them is just like mad spitting in the VO booth. Fashion-wise, I love their look. The metallic face masks and glowing eyes help sell the idea that these guys are supposed to be aliens, and if you're far enough back in the crowd where you can only see their eyes, it just kinda looks like your sleep paralysis demons are up there having a good time. They usually just wear a combo of a black hoodie plus black jeans, which is a look that pops up a bunch of times with masked artists, even more so if you add a jacket to the fit. And I mean, it looks good, it's easy to pack, you always match. Basically, the only downside is if you're playing in direct sunlight or it's like 90 degrees out and you're slowly melting over the CDJs and you can't even drink anything if you can't take your mask off, well, AT-Aliens can probably use a straw or something, I don't know. Actually, on that note, I'm gonna keep a hoodie count that'll pop up in the left corner here because I do want to see how often it comes up in this list. So, if you've just got this video on in the background and you hear this noise, That's a score for the hoodie count, and we'll be starting it off with AT Aliens. Back on track, they also wear, like, a lot of costumes. I'm not gonna lie though, the Roman soldier one with the capes that they wore for Halloween went incredibly hard, actually. I also love how they put on their live shows. They are legitimately one of my favorite artists to catch live for a few reasons. They bring this incredible energy that lasts throughout their entire sets, their visuals have a really great art direction to them, and I love when you can tell a DJ is having fun on stage. Like, as a viewer, it gives me secondhand happiness to see them having just as good of a time up there as I am in the crowd, and AT Aliens is no exception. For lack of better names, AT Alien 1 is the guy you're gonna see climb up onto the stage deck and do that little, like, jumping arm pump thing that a lot of DJs do. He's got his own moves, but
EDM or
AT Alien 2... AT Alien 2 is fucking feral.
I feel like I should.
Like, I'm pretty sure this guy could no-clip into his surroundings and Gmod Ragdoll without
learning how to talk into a microphone.
He's being possessed, he's trying to rip his own head off, he's doing whatever this is, and I love it. No other DJ really moves like this guy does. Well, maybe I can point to Gengar in this very specific instance, but...
I have to get real for a quick second here. Hey, you're thinking about doing a video on a topic that you're very interested in. All right, that's cool. I love that. I love that you want to share your passion. How do you sound? What's your cadence? Do you have an accent? Accents are actually really good. I like a good accent. An accent is what I have, and it's actually a huge boon in my career. And if you don't think you have an accent, no, you do. No, you do. You sound away. So here's the thing. The cadence in how you talk is so important, because if I hear another person as like, you know those, how some of these like fucking documentary style people, like they have a certain way of talking, and it drives me fucking insane. It's like no one talks like that. Nobody talks like that. Not a single person on this planet talks the way that you're trying to talk right now, and you're only doing it because everyone else does it. At least this lovely lady here who's doing this video, she is just, you can tell she's not putting on a voice. She's not trying to be somebody else. No, she's just talking. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't even know how to describe it or sound it out, but when I hear it, and it drives me nuts. That's why the tip top, the pillar, it's like people like Emp Lemon and Super Eye Patch Wolf who make these kind of videos that really dive in on a subject. They're great because they know how to talk. They have good mic presence, which is something I don't have right now because I don't have a proper mic. Also, if you want to make these kind of videos and make this your career, invest in a mic. Invest in a condenser mic, in the interface and all that. Just go in on that. That's going to go a long way in making you sound good. So, yeah. Maybe I'll look into actually making a proper tutorial on how to talk. Because, yeah, everyone's got to know how to do it. If you want to do something, you want to be good, yeah. JK. I'm sure it's a great mic for what you're doing. Hive. I'm not sure if it's a good mic for me wanting to listen to you talk about a subject for 2 hours. I might want you to upgrade that a little bit. But anyways.
We'll talk more about him later. And that movement adds a neat little touch that's so uniquely them to their live shows. I don't know, I always thought these guys had a really cool stage presence, and I just had to point it out. Anyways, these guys are great musicians, great DJs, great entertainers, super goofy, super nice. Just check them out, you won't be disappointed. For music, I would recommend listening to their Space Cathedral EP. It has a really good mix of their different styles, played back to back, and it's some of my favorite work they've ever put out. And also, they dropped their set at Mission Ballroom in the middle of me making this video, and it is legitimately It is so fucking good. I can't stress this enough. I was gonna recommend their EDC Las Vegas Raveathon set before that, and I still would, but Mission Ballroom absolutely slams. Definitely give it a listen. And also this little annotation made me laugh like so much. Anyways, I love these dudes. They're really good. I give them a little dancing alien out of 10. No notes. Next artist. Next up is Barely Alive. Barely Alive consists of 2 members, and I did not know that for an embarrassingly long time. I just saw the guy with the glowing microwave on his head, and I was like, well gee, that's Mr. Alive right there, no need to look into that any further. Anyways, their music crosses the threshold between like 80s, 90s vibes, and just like nasty, absolutely filthy bass, and it sounds so good. Now, the character being played on stage is a robot named Watt, and since there's only one person DJing their live shows, I'm just gonna refer to Barely Alive / Watt in the singular form for this part. His live sets are really fun. They consist of mostly the aforementioned heavy bass, punctuated with moments of synthwave, color bass, and some old songs from the 80s. Or like 80s adjacent songs. I've personally only seen him live once at his B2B with Virtual Riot at Lost Lands, which was honestly such a vibe. I'm really hoping I can catch a full solo set of his because honestly, everything I've heard on his live streams and that back-to-back absolutely slams. Also, I love the fashion. It's very bright and very nostalgic, and oh my god, he even has that windbreaker that every 90s kid had. I can hear that very specific swishing noise in my head. I always appreciate a DJ's fashion that breaks out of the normal all black and white aesthetic you usually see, which, don't get me wrong, I love that look. My own wardrobe is literally the same thing, but I do appreciate a nice colorful fit every now and then. And the helmet is really iconic. It's simple, but very recognizable. You can spot it from way back in a crowd. The bold geometric shapes really read well as a logo, and it kind of looks like an angry cassette tape, which, you know, matches their style perfectly. And at least a handful of people are gonna understand this. It evokes the same kind of vibes as an object head character, especially with the proportions. I always hope, though, that the DJs with the sorta oversized headpieces are, like, comfortable while wearing them, because I don't know how some of them do that for, like, an hour-long set. Anyways, for music, I'd recommend their tracks of Electric Lady, Killer Robots, and Fuck Around. I'd also recommend the EDC Las Vegas 23 livestream or their Lost Lands 22 performance for a taste of their live sets. Also, I'm pretty sure this is for an EP/tour promo, but like, did what break the first law of robotics? Is Barely Alive? Is Barely Alive fucking fully dead now? I mean, if they did get out of those graves, would they just kind of be like a zombie? BTSM, also known as Black Tiger Sex Machine, are the best DJ producers that I can never tell my friends and family about because they will not be able to get past their name. And just for clarification, BTSM used to be a trio for the majority of their career, but in the last few years they've become a duo. I don't think I have the full picture or authority to speak on why that change happened, but I can say I believe it was amicable and that they're all still friends. So yeah, I just wanted to clear that up since I'll be using footage that has both compositions. Anyways, BTSM has been around the block for a while, releasing music in the early 2010s and also curating their own label known as Cannibal Records. These guys are powerhouses within the dubstep electro bass scene, and every time I think they can't get any better, they release a new album that makes me lose my actual mind. What I also appreciate about them is that their live sets are just as focused on the visual aspects as well as the music. BTSM has some of my favorite fest visuals, and in recent years, they've been focusing more and more on making an audio-visual experience, from doing live-action inserts to following narratives throughout their sets to their recent anime tribute show. They also have this really fun, ongoing story about a zombie apocalypse that was caused by this cannibal virus, and this sort of main protagonist called Naomi fighting against it.
What's going on, Charles?
That has a really nice recap of the current canon. I think the story itself has had some elements change over the years, but this lore should be the most up-to-date version, or at least some kind of like alternate universe. What I'm getting at here is that Black Tiger Sex Machine puts a lot of time, effort, and care into their work to make these incredible live experiences. Right next to AT Aliens, they are some of my favorite artists to catch live, and if you have a chance to see them, absolutely don't miss out. And also, before we move on, I have to say that I love their little synchronized jumping moves, like they absolutely spark joy. So, for the fashion side of things, I love what they have going on. I'm gonna use the trio here to point something out since it'll be a bit easier than with the duo, but you can see while they all have a standard look, the same shoes, same pants, same undershirt, same mask, each of their leather vests is styled differently body, and while they all have spikes or rivets, each one has a different placement or pattern for them. Because they wear the same outfits to each show, like a uniform, it's nice to have these personal touches.
That's
to
actually kind of a
differentiate them
that
at
would be a
glance.
good like
Editing
hardcore
thought here,
band name.
guess
You know?
what? I just found out they have new outfits. It looks like their vests are now made from mostly mesh fabric. That probably helps with the material breathability, and they have their newer Community Cross logo displayed on the back as well. But to still echo the point I just made, the vests are slightly different in their construction, and they wear their shoulder pads differently as well. And that's also Kaiwachi, right in the middle there too. I guess technically he's a masked DJ when they perform their Skull Machine B2Bs. Also, I'm gonna bring this up here because I forgot to during AT-Aliens, and you're gonna see it a lot down the line, but BTSM does something really smart in my opinion, which is covering up their necks. It sounds weird, but let me explain. A bunch of mask artists do this, whether it's with a turtleneck or a gaiter or a full balaclava, including AT-Aliens, Daft Punk, Deathpack, Nontoxic, Inhuman, Danger, Destroyed, Mercy, etc, etc. Now obviously, not every masked artist or design needs to do this, but in some cases, that exposed skin can be so jarring, especially if the rest of the character is covered up, or if the character is supposed to be non-human. I would also extend this to wearing gloves as well, for much of the same reason. However, I understand that's way more impractical for a real-life outfit to DJ in, so the artists who do wear gloves have like my full respect for that. They are absolutely committing to the bit. And you know what? For funsies, we're gonna add a glove count in the upper right corner along with the hoodie count, because I'm really interested in seeing how many go down that route as well. I know that's a bit of a side tangent, so hopefully that makes sense, but a little black fabric can go a long way to making a cohesive look. Also, thinking about it, it might be for comfort too, right? Because there'd be like a buffer of fabric so the mask isn't like directly touching the skin of your face. I don't know, but anyways, let's get back on track. BTSM's mask design is so lovely. It's fabricated so well, the angular design of it is very clean and modern, the LED placement makes the eyes stand out, especially in moments where the lights drop out, and you're gonna hear me say iconic over and over again in this video, but branding is such an important part of an artist's identity. Masked artists usually have their masks as the focal point for their brand, and you need something that's different and unique and recognizable to set yourself apart from everyone else. You need something that immediately catches your eye and sticks with you, and the BTSM helmet and its logo definitely do that very well. For music recommendations, I adore all of Once Upon a Time in Cyberworld. The New Worlds album from 2018 is still very good, and their newest album Portals is pretty sick too. For a live set, I'd say check out their Red Rocks Movie Experience livestream on their official channel. It has great music production, a great look at their visuals, and it's just a good time all around. I give BTSM
Red Rocks
a
is a
star
place I
for
would
having one of the
love to
coolest
go
helmets
to,
that's
'cause
also one of the
every
hardest
show
to
I've
draw
ever,
at any
like,
angle
seen
aside from
or
directly
heard.
head on. I also might just have
That
a
was
skill
at
issue.
Red Rocks is
Out of
like
10.
incredible.
Next up. Next, we have the Bloody Beetroots, and to be completely honest, I am not very knowledgeable about them like I am with most of the other people on this list. I've just kind of listened to their music and hadn't really looked much into their history before this video, but now that I have, if I've got this right, I think the Bloody Beetroots can refer to a solo project, an artist duo, and then a whole live band at the same time, and then the frontman, Sir Bob Cornelius Rifo, which, by the way, hell of a name, started a side project called SBCR for a while, but then went back to the Bloody Beetroots full time, and also started doing CrossFit. So for the sake of not sounding totally out of my depth, I'm just gonna sidestep that part, get right to the music, and then look at the solo artist for the fashion.
A good
so
name,
what I
honestly,
do know is that their
just,
music
like, something,
absolutely
some
rocks.
sort of
If there's any song you know by the Bloody Beetroots, it'd be Warpoint.9. That and the are like so unbelievably recognizable, and they activate some dust-covered neuron in the back of my brain anytime I hear them. Their music spans across a couple of genres, but my favorite sound of theirs mixes punk rock vocals and vibes with hyper-aggressive electronic compositions, and it all just goes so fucking hard, dude. Oh my god. If you're someone who's super into rock and looking for your bridge to get into electronic music, I think the Bloody Beetroots is an absolutely great place to start. Their discography stretches back to at least 2008, and like literally all of it is just so good. I would be in shambles if I tried to properly express how good the Bloody Beetroots are. You're just gonna have to take my word for it. Or wait, no, you don't have to take my word for it. You can just go listen to their music. What am I saying? What am I doing here? Fashion-wise, Mr. Beetroot is astonishing, actually. He's had several masks ranging from Venom to darker Venom to know. And while not on stage, these motorcycle shots are just really, really cool. The layered coat, the tactical vest, the black and white editing or aesthetic that a lot of these fits have, all of these go so hard, and the photography of it is so crisp. This guy's aesthetic is absolutely choice. For music, my personal favorite song of theirs is St. Bay City Rockers, but I'd also recommend the Great Electronic Swindle album in its entirety. It's really just hit after hit after hit. I give the Bloody Beetroots a fucking out of 10. Next artist. So I actually found out about Blue Pill when I was at a Dubscribe set and he brought him out on stage and I saw the little horns peek out from over the deck and I was like, wait, who's this? What? Hello? And as it turns out, Blue Pill is a musician who's done a lot of features on tracks in recent years and has worked with quite a few recognizable names in the bass community, such as Lays, Riot 10, and Jessica Otterfred. He started out mainly as a vocalist, but has also recently moved into production and DJing as well. His vocal style is that kind of like yelling scream rap that, to me, someone who still really enjoys screamo music, I think it sounds really good, and I am always in awe of how anyone is able to do that for extended periods of time without absolutely busting their vocal cords. He also has a lower sort of whispering register that's really common in kind of modern horror trap artists. He has a really good range, and it's always nice to hear him on a track. Also, I feel like I'm going to be using the word aggressive a lot to describe certain artists' music, but like, seriously, the music this guy makes and features on is just aggressive as hell in the best way possible. It's the type that makes you want to throw yourself into a mosh pit the second you hear the bass drop. Fashion-wise, I love the mask. It's very unique and definitely stands out. I think it's probably the only mask with horns I've really seen a DJ wear, and I like how the zipper makes this sort of wide, toothy blue grin that pushes the demonic look. He's also often rocked a black tank with a lock chain necklace, and those shots with the fur-lined hood honestly look pretty sick in my opinion. I love the painted nails, the rings and jewelry. I think overall this guy has a really solid look. Also, I do really like this fit with the metallic blue puffer jacket, and I was gonna do a whole bit here, but I'm not gonna put this poor guy through that. I'm just gonna say, you're never gonna guess what kind of music video this clip is from. But back on track, for music recommendations, I would say Rail Break or Rail Split or any future Railverb titles are good places to start for his collabs, and Darth Vader and a lot are good examples of his solo work. I feel like Blue Pill has a really great career in front of him, and I can't wait to see where he goes from here. And with that, we are on to... So, small disclaimer right at the top here, last I knew, Boss Fight was actually moving away from the solo mask imagery he had in his earlier career, even though it did come back for this 2023 release. But seeing as how the character did play a big part in his work for a while, I still wanted to give it a little spotlight, and I will take any excuse to be able to talk about Boss Fight's music because, oh my god, he is beyond cracked. Boss Fight is a Swedish music producer familiar to the Monster Cat label who actually got a start in the early 2010s as a chiptune artist. His chiptunes honestly hold up really, really well to this day, and I love that there's a little callback to his old work in his remix for Reaper's Barricade, which goes like... That psych is appropriate because now Boss Fight makes the most insane bass music ever. His Dirty Phonics collabs go nuts, his original work absolutely slams, and all of his remixes really elevate the source material in my opinion. As for the character, I always thought it was very cute with the big swirly eyes on the mask and the little like kitty mouth, but I think that might also be a reason why he was moving away from it, because you got the little like, yeah, look, juxtaposed with his music that sounds like it could dissolve your face like it was Piranha Solution. But I did like the character. I love the simple kind of techwear fashion that he was often drawn in, which is actually a clothing style that'll pop up a few times in this list, and I like the runic accessories that went along with it. The simple features of the mask translated very well to a readable logo, and from a visual standpoint, I think this version of Boss Fight was one of the most recognizable Monster Cat artist characters, right up there with Pegboard Nerds and Tokyo Machine. Oh my god, I'm just realizing I didn't put Tokyo Machine on this list. Oh shit, okay. Mini overview, he's really good. He's got some fun bouncy music that can also be super heavy. I like his little glasses that kind of emote, and his whole little cavalcade of characters is pretty neat. Tokyo Machine's work is sick, and I really want him in Eliminate to collab because their shitpost game is A tier and their music is really good. Oh wait, they already kinda... Oh, I'm only 6 artists in and I'm falling apart. But to get back on track, something to mention from a character designing point, having an all-black outfit with a lighter color mask will intrinsically draw the eye to it. So if you really want to make a mask pop, or really any part of a design, always keep the contrast of its surrounding elements in mind. For music, I'd recommend Boss Fights Warp, or really the whole Agony District EP, Evil Inside VIP, Revenge, basically anything that his name's been on, really. I'd also say check out his set from Rampage Open Air 2023 or his back-to-back with Pegboard Nerds. I'm always excited to see what more Boss Fight does, but for now, we're moving on to... Honestly, Cloud None is such a nice change of pace for this list. I have a chronic case of dubstep brain rot. I love the evil and dark and creepy side of bass music, but there are times when I need to just chill, to relax, to listen to something light and melodic, and Cloud None is a perfect artist for that. Cloud None debuted on Monster Cat in 2018 with his track None Trick Pony, and has since released multiple singles and EPs with the label, featuring predominantly on the Instinct side of things. His music is just so nice and so floaty, and I swear to God, I mean this as a compliment. Hitting play on his Spotify and just letting it go through his work scratches the same part of my brain that the one lo-fi radio channel does. You know the one. It's relaxing, it's calming, it's good vibes and sad vibes and good sad vibes. I mean, the dude's mask is literally crying rainbows while smiling, so good sad vibes might actually be the most accurate description. Speaking of visually, I know I just mentioned how an all-black outfit is a good choice to draw attention to a light focal point, but I honestly love Cloud None's outfit with the white hoodie. It really makes the rainbow lights of the mask pop, maybe because they can shine through the white fabric in a way they couldn't with something darker or heavier, and the way the light bounces around looks sort of ethereal, and I feel like it visually matches his sound very well. I also really like the art direction of a lot of his cover art and music videos. The hazy, soft, colorful look just has a really nice vibe to it that, again, feels very visually representative of his music. For that music, I'd say give Locked VIP and Told You a listen, and also his Almost Weightless release party for a live set. And now that we've had a nice breather and mellowed out, let's look at the literal exact opposite type of music that's sourced from the depths of hell. So the guy behind Code Pandorum is actually going to be on this list 3 separate times. Fun fact, I had this video in mind for so long that in between thinking of it and actually making it, he retired Code Pandorum and became Inhuman, and now he's retiring Inhuman and is coming back as Code Pandorum. Anyways, Code Pandorum is like one of the biggest names associated with the deathstep genre. He's had a pretty long career in music. He's founded an independent label called Crow's Nest Audio. He offers masterclasses and feedback sessions and does react videos too. Also, he is so good at making the most aggressively dark tracks that are also somehow incredibly catchy at the same time. They're violent, they're relentless, they are like the audio equivalent of Silent Hill and The Evil Within throwing a show in a rusted industrial warehouse, and the nurses and that safe head guy are just like breaking the rail. And I mean, on that train of thought, I would love to hear Code Pandorum score a survival horror game. That would be so sick. Like, honestly, I think I just want to hear his music while I'm fighting the corrupt manifestation of God with a double-barrel shotgun. But anyways, I think that's about as glowing of a review as I can give his music. Visually, we have another example of the black hoodie and mask look, and the mask is neat. I like how the eyes are blacked out and have a sort of skull look to them, especially when paired with the pale face, and the smile is stretched back and stitched up. It's got a nice little edge to it without going overboard. I also liked his old mask as well. It had similar features to his current one, but with a bit more texturing going on, and though it's just in the artwork, the look of the God's Army era mask was pretty dang sick too. For music, I would recommend my favorites of Wake Up, Kill, Repeat, and his remix of Apache's La Cremosa, because I swear that one line goes through my head like every other month. The God LP and the Lovecraftian Horrors are also very good albums if you want just like 2 hours of your brain getting melted out of your skull. I give him a, you can have a little bit of satanic panic as a treat, out of 10. Next artist. Oh my god, Danger. I love Danger so much. So Danger is a French musician whose music has had my brain in a vice grip since I was in, not even kidding you, 7th grade. The way I found his work was serendipitous as all hell. I got an iPod Shuffle for Christmas one year, you know, the one that was just a white stick with buttons on it that could hold like 200 songs at most. And when I made an iTunes account to use it, it came preloaded with like 5 songs, and one of them was Danger's 11H30, which is, to this day, my favorite Danger song, and I have been in love with his music ever ever since. Now, I find it really hard to name what genre Danger's work falls into. It's kind of electro, it's kind of synthwavy, it's dark, but still light and melodic, it's frantic, but it still remains cohesive. It's kind of more than the sum of all of those parts, but what I can say is that, especially for Tycho and the Haven OST, it is beautiful and unforgettable, and so unique to Danger in a way that I just can't accurately describe. Danger's visual aesthetic is so perfect, honestly. I love the glowing eyes peeking out from a completely blacked out hood, and the jacket, especially when he had a winter jacket with like a fur collar, like that was gorgeous. And I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but I am so feral for his character with red eyes. Like, oh my god, it looks amazing. Put him right next to 8 Aliens as the coolest shit sleep paralysis demon standing in the corner of the room. Danger's character has gone through a few different design iterations over the years, many of them only existing in his artwork, but I think my favorite is just him, the real artist on stage. And I love seeing clips from his live sets. Like, the man has so much energy when he's on stage, it's unbelievable. And it's all the more impressive to me since I believe he's described himself as being super shy, and he wears that mask so he can kind of hide behind it and let the much more outgoing, darker persona of Danger take over to perform. And he does put on a hell of a performance. Now, Danger hasn't really posted anything in like 2 years, as far as I know. I honestly really hope he's been doing alright, and I know I'm not the only one who feels the same way. And actually, his last music release that I'm aware of was in 2022. It was a remix for the Suwon fight for the End of Dragons expansion pack for Guild Wars 2, which is coincidentally the only MMO I still play on a semi-regular basis. And I have no idea how that collab happened, but I'm glad it did, because it sounds amazing. Honestly, I just recommend Danger's entire discography. Maybe that's a little impractical, but I'd say start with his earliest album from 2007 and just work your way up the timeline of releases to hear how his signature sound evolved. His Haven virtual concert is really fun too, and though it's rendered in 3D, I believe he actually motion captured and played that set live. Danger gets my entire heart out of 10. Just a perfect... Wait, hold on a second. Is that Death Pact in the background? Is that fucking... We gotta talk about Death Pact. Back in 2018, Rez released an album called A Certain Kind of Magic, and on it was a track called Life and Death, which was a collab with Death Pact. People started wondering, well, wait a second, who's Death Pact? What's Death Pact? We've never heard of this person before. And slowly but surely, little pieces of information started to pop up about them. Weird posters, a strange phone number, cryptic images and codes, and soon enough, a group of people got together to try and solve what seemed to be like a newly emerging ARG. This group eventually shifted to a Discord server, which Death Pact themselves ended up taking over and using as their base of operations. And that's when everything really kicked off. There were all sorts of ciphers and codes to crack. People were combing through website source codes to find clues to the next part of the puzzle. There were hours spent poring over Wikipedia pages and bespoke lore-written documents and custom websites. Clues and info were plugged into what's essentially a homebrewed search engine to get answers that would hopefully lead to yet another step of the ARG. People were even discovering coordinates and going out to get real physical dead drops of flash drives left in various cities that had more hints and unreleased content stored on them. Then, in the August of 2019, Death Pact debuted in person at Shambhala for the first time ever, and it just kept going from there. Each music release brought its own step to the ARG with it, and each step hinted a little more to the lore and world building behind Death Pact. Through the ARG, we find out there's like a secret organization called the Eternity Research Group who's doing these wild fringe experiments on multiple different layers of reality and timelines and looking into like immortality and mind control and telepathy and interdimensional travel or something like that. And they might have pulled Death Pact into our reality during all of this, and Death Pact themselves is, I think, an interdimensional, shape-shifting entity from beyond time and space made from cosmic goop who's a cognitive hazard that can subsume the consciences of humans into its own. Oh my god. But wait, that's not all. A part of this lore can be gleaned from a 7-minute-long intro rant that's reminiscent of A Certain Kind of podcast that was tacked on to the beginning of the SiriusXM Diplo Takeover set from 2021. And it ends like this.
I'm telling you, live on air. Wait, there's something else I'm reading here. This entity, it's not just some otherworldly interdimensional creature. It's actually...
So who knows what the hell Death Pact actually is? Death Pact could be death itself, or a god, or a sentient black hole, or two space whales in a trench coat. I don't know anymore. I am having a crisis. And there's this place called the Ethereal Plane, which is where I think Death Pact hangs out between materializations into our world, which I've always just assumed it looks like the cover art of their Departure EP, because, I don't know, it just kind of fits. And I believe the mask itself is called X, and it was originally made to contain Death Pact, but that didn't work because it, latched itself onto a guy and bounced out of eternity. And now there's at least 4 of them, from XO1 to XO4, who are all probably from different timelines, but are all still a part of the same Death Pact entity, and we technically saw all 4 of those X's represented in real life playing all the Midheaven shows, which took place on the same night at the same time in 4 different cities. I haven't even gotten to talking about the actual artist yet in current times because there's so much behind the scenes stuff that I am begging people to look up. And while I would love to go way deeper into it, there's this kind of what happens in the Death Chord stays in the Death Chord rule, which I'm already pushing the boundaries of pretty hard. But if you're interested in taking the deep dive into the just insane history of this project, go look up the Death Chord. Be on your best behavior, consider offering them a can of beans as a gift of hospitality, don't question it, and spend a few hours going through the recorded timeline. It is so worth it to see all the work that's been put into this. Wait, guys, so much has happened in between me recording this in February and bringing it to you now. Phase 2 has started. I think Death Pact's composed of ethereal goop, not cosmic goop, and I think I accidentally found myself on ERG's payroll. I don't know anymore. You guys really just have to look this up for yourself, and I swear to God, whatever is happening in Denver, Okay, I am taking a breather. I am super normal. Let's continue. Death Pact is an anonymous artist that got their start producing mostly mid-tempo tracks and playing live sets of the same genre. But as the years have progressed, they've really branched out and added heavier sounds as well as more kind of wistful, emotional work into their discography. One thing that stayed consistent, though, is their just, absolute mastery of sound design. I mean, it blows my mind to just hear, all of the different layers in their work, or the fact that they can make a camera clicking or a pipe hitting the ground sound catchy. And also, whatever the hell this is, that goes through my head at least once a month.
Oh.
They have a really nice dark aesthetic. A lot of their visuals center around sort of glitchy computer and particle effects, or skulls and death, as you might imagine. And there's also this little fist pump guy who I love so much. Just look at him go. And now that I've finally gotten to see one of their live sets for myself, I can say without a doubt that it is one of the best shows I've ever been to. Also, I love their little text-to-speech voice, which I can only associate with them now.
Are we in this thing alone? Or are we in it together?
And there is something interesting to point out. I realized this some time ago, but I've only had a reason to talk about it now. Death Pact almost exclusively refers to himself as we and us. In the story, Death Pact is sort of many beings at once, and it's also kind of hive-minding people that come into contact with it. There's always been this sense of, you're Death Pact, I'm Death Pact, he, she, it, we are Death Pact. If you're listening to this right now, congratulations, you're Death Pact. It's been you
we're
all
part
along,
Death.
you figured it out.
We
But
are
that's where I
Death
assumed
Pact.
the us came in when they spoke. However, in live shows, they've often used me and I instead of us, mine instead of ours, etc., etc. I always wondered if they did that to not confuse people who were first-time listeners or unfamiliar with Death Pact, but they still definitely use we in the singular for other spoken bits. So I don't know if there's anything deeper to that, or if it's just thematic phrases they thought were cool to have in the show, or if they're quoting something I'm unfamiliar with, but I thought it was worth bringing up. That aside, moving on to the mask, it is just gorgeous. I love seeing all the different light patterns it has programmed into it, and since their outfit is the ever-popular black hoodie, black jeans combo, your attention is fully and rightfully centered on the mask. Also, I just want to point out that the mask is slightly concave on the sides, and that really fucks me up when I try to draw it, because I always forget that it's kind of shaped like a bean from hell. And looking at their fictional character, imposing my incredible bias towards weird entities with too many arms and no face, they have the best character out of any DJ ever. It's scientifically proven, and the proof is that I said so 5 seconds ago. But look, Death Pact is my current favorite project, as you can probably tell. I really do think they've made something special here, and I want to give such a huge shout out to everyone who's involved in the project. Whether it really is multiple musicians or just one core person at the center of it all, the visual artists, the management, photographers, and videographers, and whoever's involved with making the tech and the lore and the ARG puzzles, and everyone in the Discord who's been so dedicated in solving them. Without their hard work, a lot of Deathpack's music and story may have never made it out to the general public. I basically have no idea what goes on behind the scenes for something like this, but I think it must take an extraordinary amount of effort, and I really hope that everyone involved is proud of this incredible thing they've made. Now, to get to the music, I'd recommend listening through all 4 of their Midheaven EPs, which makes up about a full-length album at 8 tracks. Their entire discography is great, and I have a real soft spot for their old work too, from 2018. It's so nostalgic to me because I listened to it so damn much when I first found out about Deathpack, but I think Midheaven is a good point to start for new listeners. Perhaps even a good point of depart. Man, they're just so fucking cool, man. I don't know. Also, they drum. Did I mention that? Did I completely forget to mention that? The whole reason I made that joke at the end of Danger's bit? They drum. They have a drum pad. It's really cool. Okay, now that I got that out of my system, who is next? Oh, it's Destroyed. Another project I am completely normal about. Okay, so Destroyed was a bass supergroup consisting of Excision, Downlink, and KJ Sokka, who performed in full militaristic robot alien suits with MIDI guitars. Be still my beating heart. They were also joined by Messinian as an MC, and Space Laces was a major contributor to The Invasion, a collab album that came out in 2013 along with a live project. They promoted the group with a few teaser videos, notably directed by Mike Diva, my actual favorite director ever, and what I find incredibly interesting is that there was a forum where people could do like on the streets promoting in the form of these missions, which could be exchanged for points and achievements, which could be exchanged for merch and other things. The Destroyed website doesn't work anymore, the domain links back to Excision's merch page, but by using the Wayback Machine, we can see pieces of what it once was. This extra little layer of interactivity fascinates me. I didn't find Destroyed until basically the beginning of 2015, so I completely missed out on this side of the project. Now, was it just an interesting way to get free marketing, and am I making it sound a little more involved than it actually was? Probably, but it seemed like it fostered this nice little community of really dedicated fans, and it's pretty neat how people were kind of taking on the role of the elevated, the in-universe followers of Destroyed. Or at least, I think that's what they were. You see, there was a comic that went along with Destroyed, but it seems to be lost media now. I can't find it anywhere online, and the Wayback Machine breaks trying to open it. I wish I could have read it because I would have loved to know the lore behind these guys. I think Destroyed were actually the good guys and trying to save Earth from like a shadowy organization that was taking over the world, but I think they were also leveling entire cities and brainwashing people, and I mean, the base canon like definitely super killed people, right? If I'm remembering this correctly, Destroyed had a tour in 2013, a few shows through 2014 to 2016, and then their final performance was at Lost Lands 2017, in which a volcano prop by the stage caught fire and ended the set early. After that, Destroyed just quietly disappeared. All merch was removed from the store when Excision started the Subsidia label, and the project was never really brought up again. But for years afterwards, there would be whispers that Destroyed would have a reunion at Lost Lands, especially when both KJ Sokka and Downlink were on the lineup. But it never happened. Now, with The Invasion's 10-year anniversary come and gone, with Downlink focusing on drum and bass, KJ Sokka busy with Pendulum and a few other bands, Excision with all of his festivals and shows and label to worry about, and everyone being a decade older than they were when they first
Sokka
got
might be a little
suits,
bit busy
I've
because Pendulum
made
was
peace
kind of
with
a
the
huge
fact that
project.
we're never gonna get Destroyed back, or any new Destroyed content at all. I mean, I can try to delude myself and say that they just went to the Space Corner store to get some space milk and space cigarettes and they'll be back any minute now, and oh my god, what's this? Daft Punk's there too! Oh no way! Oh my god, they're all coming back to Earth in a little spaceship and they're gonna make new music and it's 2013 again and everything's gonna be okay. The closest we ever got to new Destroyed music was a release from Excision and Downlink in 2020 called Resistance, which if you listen to it, as hinted by the intro narration, it's a Destroyed song without being marketed as one. Finding Destroyed was the catalyst that got me into bass music, and because of that, it has such a special place in my heart. It's a bit of a bummer knowing I'll never get to see something that had such an impact on my life in person, but I can take solace in knowing that there are still fans just like me out there. Every Lost Lands I go to, I spot someone in Destroyed merch, and I always make a point to compliment their fit, and that's always led to a conversation of us just wishing that Destroyed would come back for one more show. And somehow, I've had people spot my Destroyed bracelet in a crowd and come up and start a conversation with me. The fans that remain are a dedicated bunch, I can tell you that. But enough with the sentimentality, we gotta do the fit check, and boy, do I have so much to say about these suits. Firstly, they were created by Ironhead Studios, who are just casually known for their work in Tron and Thor and Iron Man and the Avengers, among many more, so if you ever wonder why the quality of these suits looks film ready, it's because, they basically are. Now, I kinda went over this with BTSM earlier, but one of my favorite design tropes is a uniform trio that each have their own small modifications to make the outfit their own. Destroyed suits, for example, are broken into 6 parts: the legs, arms, shoulders, chest piece, helmet, and a back piece too. Now, the most noticeably different change between all of them is their bespoke helmets. Excision's got the X-Visor, Downlink has the sorta Riot helmet gas mask fusion, and KJ's helmet has these really cool LED wires coming out of it. But each of their chest pieces, shoulder pads, and arm guards have variations to them as well. For the shoulder pads, each of the LEDs are placed differently on the drapes, and the construction of KJ Sokka's is slightly different overall. The chest pieces are all split into 3 parts, but again, the LEDs on both the front and the sides are uniquely placed for each suit. And the arms, well, some pictures have them each wearing 2 different arm guards, or others have them wearing a matching set, so I guess that depends on whatever they grabbed first backstage. At KJ Sokka, I don't think wore arm guards at all for the live shows, I'm assuming, so it wouldn't interfere with his drumming. All of the leg guards are lined with LEDs, all of them are wearing gloves, and all of the suits are weathered with scratches and battle damage to make it seem like these guys really are soldiers who have gotten into a fight or two. There's also a very smart design choice here where the fabric straps across the abdomen mimic armor plating without restricting any movement that a fully fabricated piece might have. So what's the point of pointing all of this out? Basically, I just wanted to call attention to the attention to detail. These guys could have had all of the same exact suits and no one would have batted an eye. They could have been pristine with no weathering and it wouldn't have been a big deal. But instead, these suits have so much personality and care put into their designs, and these really look like characters that just stepped off of a spaceship and have their own stories to tell. The visual artists who brought these ideas to life deserve so much credit for the work, and the guys do too for actually wearing these outfits, getting the community involved in the story, and putting on one of the most impressive, unique shows I've ever heard about. For music, I would of course have to recommend the Invasion album. Funkhole and Bounce and Annihilate hold up incredibly well, even by today's standards. And for a live set, there is a crowd recording of Destroyed's debut concert in San Francisco if you want to get an idea of what that was like. And Destroyed gets the whole world out of 10. The whole solar system. Fuck it, the whole ass Milky Way. They deserve it. Also, on God, what do I have to do to get that Mike Diva directed Destroyed music video off of whatever hard drive it's sitting on? Like, if anyone's got that thing just sitting around, can you email me at...
There he is. There's our boy. It's dead now!
I don't even need to say anything. You already know who this artist is. Next one. Nah, I'm just kidding. Get back here. We gotta talk about Deadmau5. So Deadmau5, I think, is one of the most notable, recognizable masked DJs out there. I mean, like, if you asked someone to name a masked DJ, they're probably gonna say Deadmau5, or Daft Punk, or the Mellow Man, and I mean for good reason. The guy's music career has been going strong since at least the early 2000s, and his branding is so iconic that it's permeated pop culture and video games. Plus, go to any festival and you're gonna see at least a few homemade mouse heads in the crowd, regardless if he's playing there or not. And honestly, seeing all of the different official mouse head designs that have come out over the years is really cool. I have a soft spot for the original red one, but they're all really neat and show just how versatile the design can be while still retaining the base silhouette. His music is kinda progressive electro house, at least that's what Google's telling me, and listen, if there's anything that making this video has taught me, it's that I don't know what genres are, apparently. Things that I think are hard dance are actually bass house, and things that I think are house are actually techno, and guys, I don't know if bro step is a real genre or an elaborate joke. And whatever's happening right here, it terrifies me. I am so sorry if I got someone's genre wrong. What the fuck? But regardless, the way he produces always has this very unique style that you can pick out as a Deadmau5 track from a crowd. He's also no stranger to making 5 to 10 minute long tracks, lyrics, but he's able to keep the songs and progressions sounding fresh and engaging throughout their entire stint. Personally, I've been listening to his music since I was like 16 years old, and over a decade later, I finally got to see him play for the first time in 2023. And when I tell you that I almost cried a little bit when I heard Ghosts and Stuff creep up into the mix, and I had to remind myself that I am a grown woman who is in charge of her emotions, and a dude putting on a big helmet is not a reason to start tearing up, but I kinda did anyways. It was just really cool to even be able to have that moment, and I will always remember it. And I will also always remember this flagpole that was directly in front of me. Now, I am well aware that Deadmau5 has had a bit of a history of being slightly quarrelsome online, to put it very politely, but the fact remains that he is a phenomenal musician who's left an influential mark on the scene and has inspired an incredible
I need to
amount
focus up. We gotta pause this, but it's a good video so far. Very good. But I need to gotta focus up. Also turn it up so I can actually hear. Oh, fuck that up.
The map room. Analyzing. This is a security override station for the main facility, located somewhere else.
So I'm aiming for like right there. I have to kind of angle myself.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security
I
system.
really wish it gave me a checkpoint here.
Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
So anyways, how we doing right now? How we doing? Are y'all enjoying this achievement hunting session that we got going on right now? I don't know if you're still here, Charles, but
Use the holo panel to shut
let
down
the people
security
know that
system.
what our plans were for Wednesday.
Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
Shaft. Nope, dead.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
So it's so much easier when
Good. That should open the door that leads
doing
into
it
the
in
main
multiplayer co-op, so that someone would be there. I just respawn and just go again. Oh, close. Oh, thank you, Robert. I'm still going after we finish this current video I'm watching. Good coworker from work, Robert, just sent me a bunch of
shaft. Use
videos
the holo
to
panel
watch
to
afterwards.
shut down the security system. Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
not get there. It's one where you almost wish you could retroactively put on like a
Use the
boom
hollow
or something,
panel to shut down the
just so
security
that
system.
you get up a little bit closer, a little bit higher.
Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
God, that. It's like I'm too forward. Those grenades take like 10 years to go off too, so it's hard to judge. The actual grenade jump. Guess I just got to
Use
be
the
like
hollow panel
right
to
on
shut
top
down
of
the
it.
security system. Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
Ugh. Let me see this again.
Map room. Analyzing. This is a security override station for the main facility, located somewhere else on this island.
Yeah, he kind of rides the wall a little bit.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system. Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
Ooh, almost walked up myself off. Oh, damn. Okay, you know what? That was good. That was good.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system. Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
This is where sprint would have been nice.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system. Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
Oh, damn. Chat, we're almost there. Chat, I'm nearly a god.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system. Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
It's so far. It's such a far jump.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
I guess we actually don't even have to bother with securities. That we may as well just run and keep doing it.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
It's like, is there not an easier jump or anywhere? No? Alright. Oh, that was it, chat. Oh my god, chat, we were right there. Gotta give that a try. Give it a try again.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Oh. Fuck that one up. Too loud. Nope. That one also sucked.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
I didn't have to do that, but I mean, alright. Alright.
Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
Shaft. That's what was better. My phone was starting to die. I need to charge that thing. Okay. Okay. Oh! So how's it going? Yo, it's going, Charles. You know, I'm trying to get live right here and go get this skull that is right there. But I have to jump up here. The only way to do that is by grenade jumping. So it's a trying process, but you know, we do what we can. All right. And I was also telling the people about our plans for Wednesday. A little bit of Kingdom Hearts. Lore Master Charles on the joint, you know. Also Gameplay Master, because I'm gonna need help with that too. And Ethel will be there.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Nope. So close. All I gotta do is just get up there. I just gotta get up there. And then I win.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Well, I'll do that later. Oh. I missed the landing. Yeah, I was not close enough. Dang. That's just the way it goes. But how's the wedding, Charles? How's Tennessee? The drive down there.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
assume it's no easier this way. Yeah. Funny if there was just like a ladder. It's like, what are you doing, man? Our side has a ladder.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
Oh, damn. Making a lot of noises right now.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
I know these fuckers play tested this. They know it's possible. I've seen it done. Just like, damn. I suck.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
Ah, damn. I was a little bit behind. Maybe a little bit more forward so I get the forward push and then enough height that I can ride the wall and then get down on the thing. But that's tough.
Use the hollow
It's
panel
tough,
to shut
man.
down the security system.
Oh, I was up there too. Get that crouch jump going.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
I don't think I crouch jumped high enough. Wow. Yeah, dry fire in the air. Let me know you don't give a fuck.
System.
Oh, that was kind of it. If only I didn't fuck up that.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
Massacre. Nani?
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
I feel like that was a good shot. That was a good shot at it. If I put it a little bit closer to that, and then made the thing, I made it, But yeah, if you're still there, Charles,
Use the hollow
still
panel to
wondering.
shut down the security system.
How's the weekend, man? Was it treating you well? Hope it was. Wayne's are a great place to meet people. There we go.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
extra. Oh, fucked up. Did not start going till it was far too late.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
A little too early there.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Okay. Okay. I think I understand what I need to do now. I think I've cracked the code in a sense. I need to run over and jump. And as I'm jumping, it's going to boost me. It's going to base boost me up
Use
there.
the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Yeah, that's it. I just gotta get the timing right, and then we're there.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Oh, damn. Maybe it's more of an angle thing. Maybe I need to take more of an angle, so I'm a little more up. Hopefully get on top of the angled thing.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Oh, damn. I think I bounced off the wall. That just killed my momentum. My momentum. Berg.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Yarg. Right there, man. We're right there. I know we can get there. Because we're right there. Yeah.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
We can shut down the security system using the holo panel, by the way. Ah, damn. Put me into the wall again. I bounced. Not the fun system of a down way of bouncing. Was so exhausted.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Pulled out my pogo stick. Show her a trick. She had so many friends. Chat, we were there. Chat's been 30 minutes.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Lost my momentum. But I was up there though. Like, you know, homie got up there though. You got that jump. You put up that bam. Get that boy playing center. It's like school again. Every time you jump up, you hit the yeah, hit that shit.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Don't know why we did that. Right there, I know I can do it. I know I can do it. I know I can do it. I think I jumped a little early that time.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Went into the wall again.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
I fucked up. And I fell to my death.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Oh my god, we were there! We were there! But we weren't. And that's the problem, chat. We were not actually there. Dude, we all did in school. We jumped up and hit the,
Use the holo panel to shut down the
I don't know what they
security
call that.
system.
The door beam. I didn't jump in time. I did by time. And I went out. I feel too corny.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Right, you can use the hall panel to shut down the security system. Okay, alright. Yeah. If you're still wondering, Charles, how it's going, it's poorly. Going poorly.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Oh man, we were there! If I had taken more of an angle, we might have gone up on the thing and wrote it in. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
It was bad. Just suck. Yeah, 1, 2, yeah, 3, yeah, 4.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Maybe I should try and jump. It might help with this grenade jump that I'm trying to do. I do have the overshield, so I'm wondering if maybe if I throw down 2. See if I
Use the holo
fuck
panel
around.
to shut down the security system.
Double the power. Oh, the second one just killed me. I guess it does take away all my shield, so... We would have made it, too, which is really funny. I feel like that might have been the one, too. Oh, no. Oh, damn. 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 Still working on this. Come on. 40 minutes. Some cartographer. How's fit spend here?
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Balls. Cock and balls. Torture, even.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Yeah, that was actually kind of close if I didn't fuck up the jump. If I had jumped a half second later, we might have made it there.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Bitch. 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 Bitch.
Use the holo
Bitch.
panel to shut down the security
Bitch.
system.
Bitch ass full. Damn, that was... My ass just said, yeah, why don't we just ball the floor, man. You ain't gonna need these bullets. Bitch. 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 Bitch.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security
Bitch.
system.
That was... Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one, Haunt. You're doing good, man. You're just so close.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Fuck that one up. I jumped a little bit too soon. Chief could have a much faster melee if he didn't have to flex his little reflexes and spin that shit back. He's Doc Holliday, you know? Didn't fucking jump. I fucking suck. Suck. Imagine if Master Chief could just like melee like.
Use the holo panel to shut
Fucking
down the security
unstoppable.
system.
Oh, ride that shit, man. Ride that. You gotta grind that. You gotta grind that shit, man. You gotta grind it. You gotta grind that shit, man. You gotta grind it. Shoot that shit. Well, no, you don't give a fuck.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
god. I need to see the video again. Need a refresher. I know bro did this in like 15 takes.
This isn't the map room. Analyzing. This is a security override station for the main facility, located somewhere else on this island.
Okay, let's try this again.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Okay, you know what? We can go back and it'll take too long. I need this with the shields while it's green bean.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
That's what I said, bro. Stroke that thing. Oh, fuck. God, shit. I need to take a piss anyways. I said, bro, stroke that thing. I can't stop thinking about that video. Fuck it. Never playing 2K with my with Unk anymore.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
I'll do that later. Oh my god, we're fucking there. We just gotta have more of an angle, and so we route it up a little bit more, and yeah, I just keep doing the same thing without realizing it.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Oh, come on! Anyways, we move on. We simply just have to move on. There's nothing else we can do but move on.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Fucked up. Felt like that was the one, and then I fucked it up. To go back to blah. Blah.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system.
Oh, oh, oh my god, we're right there. This might have to turn into an entire highlight. Just like, can he get up there? He's getting close.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
I should just fucking die. What if I just died? What if I died? Give me that breath.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
Fuck! You know, I do have to ask, you know, 343, when they were designing this, or really Bungie as well, why make that angled? Why not just make it so that you can just get up there?
Use the
That would
hollow
be
panel
nice. That
to
would
shut
be a nice
down the
little,
security system.
you know, foresight. It's like, what if we put someone up there? Maybe we should make this part, just make it flat, so you can get up there. If they gave us the... I didn't fucking jump. Coming on 48 minutes. Sound cartographer. Easily gonna be the longest one tonight. I guess it'll be the last one tonight because I may just retire
Security system.
after we get this and then complete the level. Still have the rest of the level to do after this too. Okay. We're gonna attack a beehive. Go ahead. Throw a wasp nest into 343.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security
Like, oh my
system.
god, guys, there's a bunch of wasps in here. What happened? Why is there a bunch of wasps in 343? I don't know who could have done this. I fucked up. I freaked it. Does it want me to jump like the instant it explodes? Is that max height? I feel like that could be max height. We need to test this.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
Maybe if I jump, I could actually, you know.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
I like that sometimes it just breaks. It's just like, yeah, I don't know about the fog down there, Chief. This ain't happening this time. I feel like that's getting me close. I wonder if this is the hardest one. If this is the hardest one,
shut down the security system.
That's oh my god, it is. Yeah, you gotta do the very last second jump. You gotta be on the ball with it. No half-assing it.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
You gotta jump, Haunt. Come on, Haunt. You gotta jump. By the way, chat, there's still, like, you know, sound alerts, all kinds of funny stuff if you want to just kind of fuck around while I'm attempting these.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
Going for a minute. Over 51 minutes. This level. Yeah. Alright. Yeah.
Of new artists.
Gonna take a look at this. Oh my god. It's odd when it's chat. It's blasting me with. Yeah. CE. Bandana skull. Grenade jump. Tell a lot of people I'm going through it with on this one. I don't know how they're fucking doing that shit. So he kind of puts it right there so it bounces. Hits at that point. And then when's he jumping? I mean right when it explodes. Okay. Alright. Alright, we'll give that a shot. He also backs up.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
Okay, I think, yeah, that's gonna work for me. It's gonna work a little bit better than what I was doing previously. But I still gotta try and nail this. That was more for y'all doubting me. Ah, damn. Yeah, I gotta hook a left. Hook the right as soon as I do the jump.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system. Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
Fuck. Fuck. I have to make sure I'm holding forward. So all the momentum's going this way, and then
use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
One second early.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
Well, that's... Yeah! Yeah! We fucking did it! Yeah, buddy! Ah! Clip that shit! Oh my god, I can't believe we fucking made it.
Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
I didn't even think I was gonna be the one. I was just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna fail that one again. And then we fucking did it. And then we fucking did it. Only took us 56 minutes. All right, let's put back on that video. Grando Vision, get the fuck back up here.
Also, with his side projects of Test Pilot and KX5 and ResMouse, I think we're going to be seeing him around the scene for quite some time still. Now, there are so many tracks I'd recommend looking up. When the Summer Dies, Pomegranate, Maths, Professional Griefers, and Hacks Pig Meow are some of my personal favorites. He also has a bunch of live sets that have been officially recorded, and I honestly don't know which one I'd recommend. Any and all performances are just great. Call it my personal bias, but if you can stand a little chatter, I would say look up this crowd recording of his EDC Orlando set, and that's not just because I was somewhere right about here having an emotional breakdown, but because I think it's one of the strongest live mixes I've heard him play. I give Deadmau5 a doodle of him swearing out of 10. Alright, now let's actually move on to Daft Punk. Hey, remember how I said I didn't want to front load this video with my most favorite or popular artists and then just spent the past who knows how long freaking out about my most favorite popular artists? Well, we're gonna keep that train going because holy shit, I love Daft Punk. Daft Punk was a French duo with just an exceptional career in music that led them to be worldwide icons, and I'm gonna be real here, I'm just gonna geek out for the next few minutes about these guys. I'm sure there are much better videos looking at their careers from a factual standpoint. What I'm gonna say is purely emotional. Daft Punk's music has been in my life for my entire life. I remember thinking when I was a little kid that One More Time and Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger were really fun songs and that they must have been huge hits in the 80s. I loved their Tron cameo, and the Tron soundtrack got me through a lot of study sessions in high school. That little part of D-Res that goes like... is like absolutely burned into my skull. And Random Access Memories was like the soundtrack to my life the summer it came out, and I think it was for everyone else too, whether they wanted it to be or not, because Get Lucky was just everywhere. It was happy levels of inescapable. Wait, no way, there's no way that's what it's actually called on Spotify. What? This song was made for Despicable Me Too? No fucking way. That is a song Rand Party's performed by Philip Williams, for the film Despicable Me 2. Oh my god. And after that, every year I'd end up binge listening to Nothing But Alive 2007 for a week straight, which is a completely normal thing to do if you're me. But during the years of downtime when we didn't really hear anything from them, when we got a few collabs with The Weeknd and not much else, there was always a sliver of hope that they would announce a new album, or, unlikely as it was, a tour, an OST, a Super Bowl halftime show, or something, anything. And I say all of this so that maybe you'll understand why I actually cried when I saw they officially broke up.
Did I actually kill this guy?
But despite what I just said, Daft Punk is a don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened sort of project. A once-in-a-lifetime duo with a global impact so astronomical that it can't be overstated. And what else can't be overstated is how absolutely phenomenal their look was. Oh my god. They practically always wore matching outfits, with Thomas being accented in silver and Guy Manuel in gold. Along with their color schemes, their helmets were the strongest defining feature of their brand, and I'm use this word yet again, but they are iconic beyond all belief. Each era of Daft Punk brought a new iteration to the lineup of their helmets. Each retained their original shape, but they looked like they were made from a different material or had new accents added to them. Honestly, I could go into a whole deep dive about how smart their helmet designs were in relation to both contrasting and unifying them as a duo of character designs, but that's a hyperfixation video for another day. Anyways, these guys are like the pinnacle of looking sharp, no matter what they wore. Mostly. From sparkly suits to F1 suits to suits. Especially this look right here with the insane layering and the cloaks on top of it. It's so regal and so well tailored, and it is just perfection. Also, I think there's something about wearing a mask that will just let you look 10 times cooler just doing whatever. Like, this dude is just casually leaning on a rail, and he is exuding more suave energy than I will ever have in my entire life. I'm sorry, I'm not even really talking about their music or their live shows or anything of value. I think I'm coming to terms with the fact that finding out about these guys is probably the reason why I'm like this. I saw these guys at a formative age, and it was just like, boom, switch thrown. I was exposed to a whole new concept of masked characters, and no, I can never go back. Like, that's where it all started. That smile. That damn smile. God, anyways, Daft Punk are legends, and you probably already know their music, but if not, I will always recommend Alive 2007 as an album and a live set. Their music is great, and I will absolutely listen to them say Around the World 144 times in a row, willingly and repeatedly. Also, hey, sorry, it's editing Kata here once again. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that they directed this sort of experimental avant-garde film called Electroma, and there's also an animated movie called Interstellar 5555 that is like one big music video for Daft Punk's Discovery album. I've used imagery from both already, but definitely check them out if you want a little more Daft Punk content in this post-Daft Punk world. Daft Punk gets a Daft Punk out of 10. That's the only way I can quantify them in any rating system. Let's move on. Deepfake are an anonymous duo hailing from Detroit who have a strong focus on techno music, and these guys are just artists with a capital A. They focus on creating a comprehensive audio-visual experience with their live shows and curating these really unique moments, whether that's finding a secret razzle room on a cruise or running into a Renegade set being played on the street. These guys, I think, win the most unique fit check award. All of their outfits have this razzle pattern, which may or may not be a playoff of Dazzle camo, at least that's what I thought of when I first saw them, and they are constantly making different little changes to their outfits. Sometimes they have eye circles, sometimes their eyes are fully obscured, sometimes they're totally razzled out, sometimes they're completely dressed in black, and it's always fun seeing what new visual iterations they bring to their outfits. And also, they once wore full sets of armor for a DJ set, and hats off to them, I don't know how they did that for an hour and a half. They're super active with their fan community, they have a very strong vision of their art and how they want to present it, and I just think they're neat. They also used to live stream their sets pretty often, if I'm remembering this correctly, but I'm not sure if they've done that recently. But speaking as someone who's caught a few in the past, they were always a good time and just super nice to have playing on my other monitor while I was working. As for their music, I'd say their Technology EP is one of my favorites, and for a live show, I'd say look up their Electricity set. And also, I gotta mention, they have a flip of laser beam that is really good. In fact, for some reason, I'm always kind of surprised whenever I hear sort of heavier stuff pop up in their remixes or their sets, like this version of Sudden Death's Magic Armor. And like, all I'm saying is, these guys got a little bit of that bass music in them too. Overall, they're very nice and very supportive artists with some great music to boot, so definitely check them out if techno is your thing. These guys are fantastic musicians. On to the next. Fool, also known as Fuck Our Ordinary Lives, is a Swedish music producer and Monster Cat mainstay. His work is mainly on the synthwave side of things, but his tracks have also had bits and pieces of drum and bass, mid-tempo, and electro mixed into them. Honestly, if you are big into the synthwave scene, you probably already know who Fool is, or at the very least have heard his music. In my opinion, he's been a very influential contributor to the genre, along with Tokyo Rose and Pilot, both of which I'll be covering in this list a little bit later. And I'm gonna be honest, I always kind of mentally group Fool, Tokyo Rose, Pilot, and The Forgotten all together because I basically found all of them through each other's work, and everyone's got a mask. But Fool's been releasing music since the early 2010s, and I'm starting to realize that's kind of a theme here. And to be honest, his early work still absolutely slaps. Like, I think Invasion from 2011 is especially still really fun to listen to. And I know this is specific, but I was listening to Slayer from 2015, and I was like, man, this would have been a perfect level for Just Shapes and Beats. Like, you can hear that, right? His work is mostly high octane and super energetic, but he does still have some more chill tracks too, like Lost and Rewind and Vibrance. Visually, we've got the ever-reliant black hoodie and black jeans, but this time we're spicing things up with a maroon jacket. I also love how his character's fashion has been portrayed in artwork as well, especially this cover art for The Law. I am a huge sucker for a good jacket and a synthwavy cyberpunky kind of vibe. And maybe the wires and tubing were only added for the machine cover art and not technically canon to his character, but I still think it looks really neat. I believe he's had his mask since at least 2013 if this album art is anything to go by, and he added the red LED/glowing red eyes vaguely recently, so let's go. That's another guy for the sleep paralysis demon crew. I think it's an airsoft or paintball mask originally, but the detailing on it is really nice, especially with those side vents. I love the little spikes, and he also gets a gold star for having one of the hardest masks to draw at any angle that's not facing directly forwards, just because of all of those flat planes and trying to get the spikes to look like they're in perspective, and I continue to have a skill issue. For music, I'd say absolutely give the Machine album a listen. It's got a really good range of his work on it, and Mercy, his collab with Boss Fight, is also really good. He has an extensive discography, and I love everything on it, so just hit shuffle on his work and go nuts. Also, as a little side note, as far as I'm aware, Fool's only played shows in Europe and hasn't been to the States yet, but all of the footage I've seen from his live sets look like so much fun, and I really hope I can somehow catch a set of his one day. If you have the opportunity to see him, definitely don't miss out. Fool is an absolutely fantastic artist.
I wonder if it's the same thing would have happened if he's not Slipknot at the formative age. I've got a feeling probably.
Funtcase is a musician from England with a long-standing career who has worked with both dubstep and drum and bass music. And you're never gonna guess this, but he also got his start around the early 2010s, or technically 2007 under a previous alias. In 2020, he founded an independent record label called DPMO, which has grown exponentially in the following years and has had a few stage takeovers in its name as well. As for Funtcase himself, I'm pretty sure the energy this guy has in his live shows could power a small rural township for like a week. I mean, he just goes absolutely wild up there, and I feel like I get a workout just by watching him. Funtcase is definitely top in his class for throwing down on stage, and I also wonder what his energy is like as soon as his set ends, because I feel like he's gotta just sit down and decompress and let his body catch up to the fact he just burned the caloric equivalent of like 4 Big Macs. But admittedly, I am much more familiar with his live sets than I am with his original music. I started casually following his work because I randomly found his Rampage 2019 set, and I was just blown away by like everything I heard in it. It is just pure filthy bass the whole way through. But I also went back and listened through some of his original work to, make sure I had an informed opinion, and I gotta say, it's pretty good. And I got to see him for the first time at Lost Lands last year with his Phase 1 B2B, which was really fun, even though one of the CDJs was like actively melting down in the sunlight. And I also got to see his drum and bass side at the Forest stage. You'll hear me talk about it in Reaper's section, but I didn't like drum and bass for a very long time, and I'm still kind of fussy. But when I love it, and I can say that Funtcase put on a hell of a show. And to point something out, a few months later, I also saw him play at a much smaller venue in my city, and the city that I live in doesn't really have a big focus on or cater to the bass scene. But we do have one nightclub that brings in a surprising amount of big names. Everyone from Murata to Sullivan King to Kill the Noise to even Dylan Francis has passed through here. It's a lower capacity venue, and I have seen
talking about Dylan Francis the other day.
Several huge artists play here that have only had like
it's like
30
him,
people show
Calvin
up.
Harris,
That is
and David Guetta. Those guys
I'm
fucking
not a DJ,
suck.
and I'll never be one. I have no idea what it's like to be on stage, but I have to imagine playing for a few dozen people can be just as nerve-wracking as playing in front of tens of thousands of people, if not for different reasons. No matter if you're opening or headlining, no matter how much experience you have playing shows, I have to imagine a low turnout, or worse, a dead crowd, can be extremely disheartening. But that tangent aside, Funtcase gave us just as much energy on that stage as he would any other big festival or show, and I just wanted to say how much I appreciate that. He played a great set and even gave us a short encore after the lights came on because people chanted for the classic One More Song. I have to stress how nice that was and how much he didn't have to do that, especially because, according to his Instagram stories, he had to be on a plane in 3 hours after his set ended to go play Beyond Wonderland on the opposite side of the country with the set starting less than 20 hours after playing our city. And I'm putting all of this in here to say, Funtcase is a pretty fucking cool guy for all of that. I'm not gonna pretend like I know anything about the booking process, but any big name who still plays plays smaller, off-the-beaten-path venues is cool as hell to me. He seems like an incredibly nice artist who gives every performance his all, and also I hope he can get some sleep. I don't know how anyone survives a tour traveling like that. But moving on, visually, Funtcase is often repping his DPMO label/brand, and I really like this version of the mask with the blacked out eyes and the little lines coming off of them. I mean this in a positive way. There's like a bunch of artists that I'd put their characters into the category of could be a slasher villain in a horror movie, and I think that Funcase's mask design absolutely fits in there, especially with the stitching down the front and along the mouth, and with this wear and tear at the bottom seam of it. It has this very homemade feel to it that's kind of unsettling but really cool at the same time. I guess I'm trying to say that I think his mask is neat and also wouldn't be out of place if worn on Purge Night, or like if he was one of the strangers. Anyways,
like
for music,
Christina
I'm gonna go
now,
ahead and
hearing
recommend that Rampage 2019 set that introduced me to Funcase for his heavier bass/dubstep work. EDC Las Vegas 23 is a good show of his current live sound, and the Next Chapter Part 2 EP, which came out last year, is a good look at his original work. Funtcase gets gun fingers and a low-res explosion out of 10. Fantastic. Moving on. So Gengar is a side project of Ghastly's, and in his own words, Gengar's sound is more deathcore and heavy bass as opposed to Ghastly's home sound that's more house-focused. Now, I was very casually acquainted with his music under both aliases, but I had no idea what to really expect from a live Gengar set. And then, I got to see one in 2023. And I think I had a religious experience in that crowd. Oh my god, his set was like one of my absolute favorites of that entire weekend. It was like the perfect mix of heavy bass with a little house and hard dance. The energy was at 100% for the entire set, and Ghastly as Gengar is just a hell of a performer. This move that he's pulling off right here, honestly, I am so impressed. I'll bring it up again when I said earlier that I love seeing DJs having fun on stage. That goes doubly so if the artist is getting super into their character and that character just happens to be, and I mean this affectionately, dark and weird and creepy. AT-Alien's twitching, Gengar's backbends, Danger's head tilts, Void's hand gestures, it's little stuff like that that adds so much personality to their characters, and I love it. Now, obviously, I'm not expecting or even wanting every DJ to act like they're possessed or an animated villain, but when it fits their character and they go for it, I am 100% in support of it. For fashion, it looks like current Gengar took those no shirt, no shoes, no service signs as a challenge because he's wearing neither and is absolutely serving. Like, the punk patched overalls and or suspenders is a fantastic look. It shows off his super sick tattoos, and the whole look has this like punk rock metalcore sort of vibe. If I didn't know Ghastly or Gengar and you showed me this picture, I would have just assumed he was like a lead singer for some band I would have loved to see play Warped Tour. Or I guess when we were young nowadays. God, I hate how that name makes me acknowledge the passing of time. Another look of his was this dark purple mask with a black suit, which you'll also see pop up in his visuals, and honestly, I like both. Both looks have a very different vibe and different charm to them, but I can say that I think the swirl mask stands out just a little bit more. The LEDs contrast with it very nicely, and the swirl pattern makes it super visually interesting. I'm also a big fan of the smoke effect he has sometimes. Cool, I really like the aesthetic, and the only other artist I can think of that has that in their live performances is AT-Alien too. Though admittedly his is from vaping, while Gengar has like an actual smoke machine hooked up to the mask. But anyways, for music, I'd recommend the Necromancer EP and his live set from Rampage Open Air 2022. I absolutely love Gengar. I hope I can catch another set of his, and I hope it's at night so I can like fully appreciate the lighting and the visuals. Honestly, there's certain artists who it just feels wrong to see them play before sunset, right? Like, I understand that set times are balanced around headliners and sometimes splitting crowd density, and sometimes one stage is dedicated to a genre, but like the darker, heavier kinds of projects are so weird to see in broad daylight. Like, put them back in the darkness. That's their home. Let them be comfortable and spooky in their natural habitat. But anyways, Gengar is super cool. Let's move on. So, we are about halfway through this list. If you've watched this far, thank you, I appreciate you, and if you have this playing in the background...
Okay, this one's a bit more of a direct. Okay, yeah, that's not nearly as hard as the other one. freaked out. So, let me freak die. You don't see me. Still don't see me. Yeah, there he is. Alright, let's clear out this room. Oh, this guy's still sleeping. Sleepyhead. Stupid ass bitch. Okay. There's still one in there. Oh, it's gotta be from this side. Clear out this room again. think I gotta look this up. What? I'm sorry? Oh, you fucked up. Okay, well, I'm not doing that. Yeah, go at this from the side. Well, that worked. There we go. Wait a minute!
Ground while you're doing something else. I hope you win your match, or find diamonds, or get the line art you've been control-zing a million times just right. Now, to switch it up a
There we
bit,
go.
I'm going to be
That's,
doing
the
a
first
lightning
one I
round
don't
and
already
rapid-firing
have.
through a bunch of artists who I couldn't make a full segment about for whatever reason. Usually, it's because they're such a new or inactive project that it's hard for me to find enough info or content about them, or I'm just unfamiliar enough with their work that I couldn't write out a bio for them that would have done them justice. But I still really wanted to include all these artists, even as a short shout-out. So, here we go. Against Humanity, a duo with an ancient Egyptian theming to their brand who produce in a genre I can only describe as death electro. I really liked their last EP they put out before they went on a hiatus of sorts, and I hope we see them back in the scene again soon. Seven Fate. He's a techno artist, has several Mousetrap releases, looks like the silhouette of a Grim Reaper, which is absolutely fire, and has a pretty neat looking mask. The Forgotten, an artist who got a start a few years back that has an emphasis on mid-tempo music, but he dips quite often into a variety of genres, such as electro, synthwave, and funk as well. His character used to only exist in artwork, but the actual artist has since gotten his signature mask fabricated, and I think it looks super neat. Angerfist, a hardcore hardstyle artist from the Netherlands who's been producing since the early 2000s and still plays a bunch of festivals to this day. He's a pretty well-known name within the hardcore scene, and also apparently his MCs often wear the same kind of mask as him, and I just think that's a super cute detail. Defense, another well-known hardcore artist, this time with a legally distinct Spawn mask. His music is definitely on the more aggressive side of hardstyle. He plays a lot of the harsher, traditional sounds you usually think of for the genre. Then honestly, I feel like him and Lil Texas would probably throw the nastiest B2B that would cause my brain to liquefy. Pike makes the most rhythmous rhythm music I have ever heard up to this point. He's a newer anonymous project, and thanks to his pick from Sweet Tooth, I was able to see what mask he has because every video to that prior was basically capturing footage of a cryptid. But now I can tell you it's this helmet from Cybertechwear, which is also worn by another artist in the second half of this list. Wait, hold on, scratch all of that. He changed his mask, it's got his name painted on it now. I mean, it looks really cool, but god, the amount of edits I have to make because things keep changing after I record a section, it's giving me heartburn. Wait, is Spasm Mask DJ too? Oh my god, help me. Bear Grylls. He used to be masked and anonymous, and also used to wear a whole-ass bear costume. He doesn't do that anymore. He plays out some ridiculously filthy dubstep, and true story, one time my dad met him in an airport Starbucks and said he was a pretty nice guy. Machinist, Code Pandorum's other project for techno music. It's super gritty and super industrial, and I love that this guy just has a bunch of masks lying around at this point and keeps making new characters out of them. Vulgar. Pretty sure these guys' characters are supposed to be slasher villains or supernatural in some sense, and they lean super hard into the horror aesthetic. They play out some absolutely nasty rhythm, they wear these kind of color-coded jumpsuits along with their individual masks, and I feel like I wouldn't want to run into their characters on an abandoned street during Well, I was gonna say Purge Night, but like any night, really. Cyberself, a relatively new project heavy on the mid-tempo and electro vibes, and I think his production is really good, both in sound design and also this sick-ass looking character he has. I can't wait to see what more this artist does, honestly, and I think they're off to a really great start. Mirror Image, he's an artist I found through the Subsidia label, and his music ranges from heavy tracks to like sort of color-based to really nice vibey work. He does a little bit of everything and has a neat sort of broken up mirror shard mask. Insidious, wouldn't you know it, I also found this artist through a Subsidia compilation album. He's got a cool horror-inspired look, plays super heavy bass music, and used to go by the name of Why Not, which was also a mask project. Honestly, I really like his old look too. I love a character who looks like a shadow just popped off the wall and sprung to life. Mala, he's another one of the most well-known mask DJs in my opinion. He's a bass house producer and anonymous DJ, might be made in France, might have a whole collective of artists involved, might be chain-smoking through his balaclava. Vladimir Cauchemar? He's a pretty prolific artist with a signature skull mask who also works in a bunch of different music styles and collabs with a bunch of different people. Personally, I found him through his Apache collab and it goes unbelievably hard. Definitely give it a listen. Gravedigger, he's an artist with a sort of techno, hardstyle, general dance vibe to him, but he also mixes some pretty heavy hard bass into his live sets. His look is absolutely killer. I love everything about his fit, especially his signature bucket hat, and he's another example of a persona that I think would fit right at home in a horror movie. Tokyo Rose, he's an artist with a sort of synthwavy mid-tempo vibe, but has also branched out into a variety of genres. He's probably most known for his Akuma albums made with an artist called Alex, and I love how his character looks like the protagonist of some kind of retro comic. Morris Black, he's an artist with a very heavy industrial sound to his work. He has at least 3 different mask variations, though I think I remember him saying something about not wearing the mask as often, and I think it's because the mask itself was like incredibly annoying to even wear. But regardless, he is a super awesome and very hard-hitting musician. Chris Demon, technically he's a vocalist and technically more of a metal trap artist, but the music he produces is bassy as hell, and I just want to talk about this project, so I'm gonna bend my own rules and include him. I love his look. He's got really good screaming vocals, he plays guitar and explodes into bats, and I absolutely love it. This guy rocks. Someone feature him on a track, please. La Plaga, a hardcore hardstyle duo who DJ in full Plague Doctor outfits, and I cannot stress how impressive that is. I have no idea how they do it. Also, like, imagine being a medieval peasant dying of the plague and your doctors kick down the door and they're just like, "The Black Death." Kinetic Cannibals. I can't find too much information about them, but they seem to have popped up in 2022, and they're another artist who makes and plays very heavy bass music. Their Excision remixes go incredibly hard, for example, and I love their gas mask with like the little spikes on it and the tubes coming out of the sides. It looks really cool. And then we have Victim, Mongrel, Chango, Sanzu, Seven, and Active. Holy shit, is there apparently a whole circle of masked rhythm artists I had no idea about until making this video. I have no idea when they started either. I feel like they all popped up overnight from the underground or like graduated from rhythm school together and then immediately got on stage. But really, I think they're cool, and if you're into rhythm, you probably already know who these guys are, or you'll be super into their work. Also, along with Vulgar and Slicks, I believe they're called the Masquerade, and honestly, that's a perfect name for the group, I'm not gonna lie. And with that, we just went over about 26 masked artists in the span of about 6.5 minutes. I'm already approximating that this video is gonna be about 2 hours long, so hopefully this lightning round helps me retain some sort of sanity in the editing process. But like I said, I still wanted to have these guys in this video, and all of these artists are very good and well worth a listen. And also, I didn't want to inundate this section with a bunch of noises for the hoodie glove count, so after all of this, we're up to this number because of these artists. And now, we return to the original format of this video. So Inhuman is the former project of Code Pandorum, as I mentioned earlier, and as opposed to the more aggressive death step kind of music from Pandorum, Inhuman pulled from a lot of different genres to make a pretty unique sound. I'm having a hard time describing it, actually. It's like sorta atmospheric dark techno, maybe? But I don't know if that label does it any justice. But Inhuman had a story revolving around this character that was set in a very future tech dystopian world, which is absolutely my jam. That's one of my favorite settings to explore in fiction. But unfortunately, I can't seem to find any super concrete lore about it. I might have totally missed a post that contained it. That's super possible since I have a hard time keeping up with social media, but I'm a little sad to know that we probably won't be revisiting this world. Hey, editing Kata here. I found out that he's actually got a few videos describing the stories behind some of the Arrival songs, and he goes pretty in depth into some of the details of the new world setting. There's only a few of them, but they're definitely worth watching if you want to get a little more info and hear his thought process behind the tracks. The aesthetic of the visualizers were very crunchy and bleak and super interesting in my opinion, and I don't know, something about it just really resonates with me. As for the look, it went hard as hell. I actually think he had 4 different masks for this project: the skull, the white faceplate, this sort of mesh mask that I think he uses for a machinist now, and then this other one with 4 lights going down the front. And actually, I'm really glad I saw this in the middle of writing, but the mask was made by Smirk Masks, who has a page for its construction, and I am now just realizing that it's modular. The 4-light mask is the base, and all the ones I just mentioned, plus this little angry eye version I never saw before, attached to the front of it, and that is just so damn smart. I can't believe this man had masks for his mask. And outfit-wise, Inhuman had this whole sort of tactical getup that looked really neat. Much like I mentioned with Destroyed, his fit here looks like he really just stepped out of his story and onto the stage, and I think that makes for a really strong character. He also had a more layered fabric-y look that went well with the post-apocalyptic setting. For music, Arrival is the quintessential Inhuman album to listen to, and I would also suggest the live set of the same name. He also apparently did a remix for Blind Channel, and as a huge Eurovision nerd who was rooting for those guys to do well in 2021, that was a really cool crossover to see, and it sounds really good. And so I send off Inhuman with a salute and a thank you for bringing something new and cool to the scene, even if we only got it for a little while. Cheers to the return of Code Pandorum, and cheers to the memory of the society. On to the next. So I used to listen to Cloud's music a lot a few years back, but then I kind of fell off from following the project for whatever reason. You know, it happens sometimes. But the Cloud that I remembered was like a funky little robot guy whose story was like, there's an evil mecha corporation and scientists made a robot who can feel emotions, but oh no, he developed depression and now he's doing wheelies to get away from his feelies, and also there's bees. You know, a tale as old as time. But I look back at his work for this video, and Cloud's got a mask face now. Then he makes hard techno. Holy shit. So apparently, if I've got this right, Cloud decided to change up their main genre, and they changed their appearance to go with it. This is purely speculation on my part, but I wonder if they wanted a more dark and serious look to fit their more dark and serious vibe, which I understand. The original Cloud character, which I believe is now called Genesis Cloud, had a helmet that had a phenomenal construction, but it was also made up of much smoother shapes, and with the LED lights that let him emote, he had a sort of friendlier look to him that might not match the tone of the current Cloud project. Or maybe he just wanted a clean break from the old Cloud's persona overall. Now unfortunately, I don't have a good ear for most hard techno. A lot of it tends to blend together when I listen to it for too long, so I am not a good judge of the genre. But this set he uploaded has over 500,000 views, so I'm gonna guess he's making some pretty good stuff. Fashion-wise, it looks like New Cloud rocks either a simple dress shirt or jacket, but the new mask is definitely the highlight of the fit. It's molded to be a regular blank face, but there is this super interesting texture work going on the side of it. And I like that this little light square links the design back to a light pattern that was often seen on Genesis Cloud's helmet. And also, he's got gloves, so that's another one for the count. I also want to look at Genesis Cloud as well, as that's the design I'm most familiar with. Like I said prior, that helmet construction is fantastic. It was made by Bass Drop Props, who also made a few other DJ masks from this list, and their work on all of them is incredible. For Cloud specifically, I really love the attention to detail put into those side panels. He also wore this long cloak, but beneath it was this really interesting outfit that most notably included asymmetrical shoulder pads and this sort of cropped vest. And honestly, it made for a very striking silhouette and had a very cohesive character design. Genesis Cloud is one of those artist personas that I feel is like movie ready. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I kinda prefer Genesis Cloud over the newest iteration of the project. I really liked a lot of his older music, but this is a good time to mention that I firmly believe an artist has every right to make changes to their project as they see fit, to make the music and the art that they want to make however their inspiration ebbs and flows. There is an audience for anything and everything, and sometimes the audience that you fit into changes from the audience that the musician is catering to, and that's okay. It can be a bummer, for sure, but in most cases, their old work will always be there, and if this list proves nothing else, it's that there are so many artists that work in so many styles that you're bound to discover something new that fits your interests. So, that being said, music-wise, I think his live set from Los Angeles is a really good example of the current music he's making, while Exit Alive, Humans, Love Me, and The Hive are my personal favorites from Genesis Cloud. And look, that drop to Exit Alive slaps so fucking hard. I love that noise. It's really good. At this point, I guess time will tell if we'll see any sort of story or world building with the new Cloud project that we got with Genesis Cloud. But until then, let's move on.
We gotta go back.
So the genre of funk has been around for quite some time at this point, but it has undoubtedly seen an explosion of popularity within the last year or two, thanks to a ridiculous amount of memes, such as,
"They just keep saying random words, then this noise goes off like..."
Personally, I found funk music in the middle of a month-long depressive episode, and for about 2 weeks, I pretty much just looked like this. It was during this time that I found all of the current funk artists I listened to, and I think their music, like, chemically altered my brain, actually. Enter Cordhell. Cordhell is a musician with a long-standing career in music before this project, but released under this alias in 2021, whereafter he found just an absurd amount of success in a very short time. I'd say, arguably, he's one of the biggest factors that pushed funk music into the spotlight these past few years. And I wasn't gonna bring up who Cordhell actually is, since he's kind of pseudo-anonymous, until I found a weird amount of disinformation from a few people editing a bunch of random offshoot wiki articles about him. Maybe they've been fixed since recording this, but the actual Cordhell is in fact McKenny, and if you need proof, here's the matching arm tattoos. Honestly, tattoos are a good way to not necessarily figure out who an anonymous artist is, but to like confirm that it is actually them playing. Like, all I'm saying is, if you think you met AT-aliens, check the hand tattoos, because you might have met Excision instead. Also, while looking up some info, I found out that the character slash musician of Cordhell is, or was, in a black metal band called Make Them Die Slowly, and like, look at him, that's just an adorable little group right there. Honestly, another video I would love to do is look at masked bands as well, though I know far fewer of them with that gimmick compared to DJs. Their music's pretty good too. I ended up listening to a lot of Make Them Die Slowly while writing this part of the script. I don't think they've posted anything in like 2 or so years, but I would definitely love to hear some new music from them too. But to get back on track, Cordhell made his first live debut in Amsterdam with a whole lineup of different funk artists, including Raishell, who I'll be talking about pretty soon. He also got to play at Lights All Night in Texas, and I hope to see him pop up on more lineups in the future. For the fit check, he definitely has a unique mask. I hope it's comfortable to wear because it does not look very conducive to breathing, but honestly, I like the look. The mask itself is very bold. Wearing glasses to cover the eyes is a smart choice in my opinion, and adding the hat was a good move as well. Comparing it to his look in Make Them Die Slowly, some masks can greatly benefit from an addition of a hat or a hood to cover the top of the head and sort of visually break up the appearance. And technically, he doesn't DJ wearing gloves, so I'm not going to add him to the count, but their addition in promo shots does complete the look in my opinion. For music, I'd recommend the deluxe version of his A Million Ways to Murder album, and for a live stream, definitely check out his first virtual show on his channel or the follow-up set from last September. Cordhell gets his music put a band-aid on my depression for a little while. Out of 10. Let's continue. So Magic Sword is more of a live band, but they have done DJ sets. Their sound fits well under the electronic genre. Fool remixed one of their songs. They have cool characters and masks, so I'm gonna talk about them for a bit. Magic Sword is a trio who's been around since the ever-popular early 2010s and has a good handful of albums and EPs to their name. Their music ranges from very moody and heavily atmospheric tracks, I would point to the entirety of the Badlands album for this, to more sort of upbeat electronic work like the Legend EP. Their music doesn't get too hardcore, like at least not compared to some of the artists I've talked about already, but it's like easy listening electronic rock that I feel like a lot of people would enjoy. That being said, when translated to a live performance, their music goes incredibly hard. They are just jamming on stage, the seer is shredding to his heart's content, and it all looks super fun. I also love the inclusion of the Magic Sword prop in their live shows, and the fact that some fans will have their own swords in the crowd is just like so incredibly cute actually. I also really love the heavy focus on their lore behind their project. Even in their Spotify artist bio, they have a whole giant paragraph of storytelling in lieu of the usual info. The story itself is very high fantasy. There's a Lord of Darkness wreaking havoc across all of reality, there's 3 immortal beings searching for a chosen one to save the world, and then there's the titular Magic Sword. And if you'd like to see the story for yourself, Magic Sword has uploaded sort of animatic versions of the comic onto their YouTube channel. Now, in real life, the guys have a simple but uniform look. Each has their own primary color for their visor, and they all wear a black cloak. Like I said, simple, but it's effective. Their characters, though, are a whole different story. Like, this is wild. It's vaguely body horror, and I am here for it. The Seer is made up of like a giant mass of tentacles, the Weaver has a bunch of spider legs, and the Keeper, well, the Keeper's just a dude. The former king, technically, but I guess if he had a bunch of extra limbs, it'd be harder to like super murder all the people who are unworthy of wielding the magic sword. Or maybe it'd help, I don't know. For music, I would recommend their BSW Block Party set for a professionally recorded live show that has a good sweep of their music from across their discography, and also it just looks and sounds really good. Magic Sword are incredibly talented musicians, and I give them, I would definitely want them on my side of a LARP battle out of 10. Let's continue. Okay, so you probably know who this guy is, even if it's just as the Fortnite DJ, as played out of a joke as that is. But the most pragmatic description I can think of for Marshmello is that he's a producer who's collabed with a ton of artists, mostly on the pop side of things, and is usually known for having an upbeat and radio-friendly sound to him. Now, to be completely honest with you, I have no strong feelings about Marshmello one way or the other. But the internet sure does. There are videos going into who Marshmello actually is, the history of the project, the criticisms usually surrounding him just being a soulless industry plant to push a brand. I just see him as a guy who got popular, made his bag, and that's about it, really. In fact, outside of his collabs with like Sudden Death and Eptic and Space Laces, and I'm now just realizing he's collabed with all of Masterhand at this point, I haven't really listened to his music since about 2017, and I know almost nothing about what that dude's been up to since. So this section is gonna be a little bit different than everyone else's. I'm gonna use it to give Marshmello's music a fair shake as someone who's basically removed from it. So I took some time to skim through his discography, and 3 things stood out to me. 1, his Joytime albums are still pretty good in my opinion. I especially vibe with a lot of his older work, and also, I'm gonna say it, Alone is still a bop. Like, listen, I love bass music that sounds angry and violent and like it could lobotomize me, but I swear to God, I look like this meme every time I hear that jaunty little... But 2, that being said, a lot of his more popular work doesn't really click with me, you know, the billion play hits, but I'm not saying those songs are bad at all, they're simply just not for me. And you know what? That's totally fine. I've got no reason to trash him for that, or anyone who likes that more pop or mainstream-focused version of his music. Like, the world's on fire, find joy where you can, go listen to the music that makes you happy, no matter what other people think of it. And 3, I didn't know one of my favorite Peekaboo tracks was actually a cover of a Marshmello song until I heard it, and I was like, wait a second, I know these lyrics from somewhere. So, you know, I got about what I expected from that, but I also thought I'd listen to some of his live sets too, and you know what? I think that's the Marshmello I vibe with. I think his live shows have a really good balance of happy upbeat music mixed with much more violent drops that you'd probably be surprised to hear from him. That heavier side of Marshmello is what I want to focus on. I think nothing highlights this better than his collabs and his friendship with Sudden Death. I mean, look at them, they're so happy up there. Their B2B at EDC Las Vegas is honestly really good, and what did I see it called? They're Up to Down at Red Rocks. From what I understand, Marshmello used to be a bass producer before the rebranding, and part of me wonders if that harder music is something he'd like to make and play more, but he's been sort of caged into this perception of what Marshmello is as a brand, and his collabs with Sudden Death and other heavy bass artists let him sort of break free of that for a bit. And considering he dropped these tweets in the middle of making this video, and he popped up at Excision's Thunderdome, and he's collabing with a ton of dubstep artists right now, maybe that's right, huh? He and Sudden Death announced Mellow Death, which is not only just a general B2B project, but a short collab tour that's probably coming to a close by the time this video comes out. So I'm just gonna throw some footage of it up here. From what I've already seen, it looks like it was really fun. Also, I keep wanting to call it Death Mellow because it kind of sounds like death metal, but I'm not marketing, I didn't get to make that decision. So after all of this, I actually think that Marshmello has a little bit of music for everyone, whether it's in his live sets or his dubstep collab work or his pop music. And maybe you totally disagree with me here, and that's fine. You're allowed to like or dislike an artist's work for whatever reason, and I honestly have no horse in this race. But I wanted to give his music a fair shot, and overall, I'm pleasantly surprised. And that's basically all I wanted to say for this part. And I completely forgot to do a fit check. Okay, so let's look at Mellow Death Marshmello, or Harshmello as I saw him called. To no one's surprise, I love sorta goth fits or kinda darker fashion in general, so I'm super down with this look. I love the inclusion of a little blood spatter and like the black dripping liquid right here. It's a small but really nice adjustment to the iconic helmet for the B2B. And for this promo specifically, I love how they switched Sudden Death and Marshmallow's main color schemes to be inverted. It's like really striking, and for Sudden Death here, as much as I love an all-black outfit, I think whited out versions of edgier fits go super hard, and you don't see that as often. For music, I'd recommend any of the collabs I mentioned earlier, his Ultra Miami set from 2019 for a good mix of good vibes and heavy drops, and his Sudden Death B2B from EDC Las Vegas. Also, sorry, my Spotify glitched out when I was looking through his work, and I was just like, damn man, he really fell off. Motapit is a formerly anonymous artist that has a house techno sound, and honestly, he just makes like really good dance music in a general sense. It's a lot of upbeat melodies and nice vibes with the occasional deeper and darker tracks mixed in. I actually found him through the EDC Las Vegas 23 live stream, and then I got to see him in person soon after at EDC Orlando. And I gotta say, even though I was indescribably tired after only sleeping for 11 hours over the 3 previous days, I arrived early on Sunday to support him, and it was well worth it. His set was immaculate, full of energy, and an absolutely great way to start off that day. Visually, Motapit started out with this sort of full mesh face covering, wore a black jumpsuit, had a single black glove, so I guess the glove count is gonna get a decimal now. And honestly, his style looked really cool in my opinion. He also had this photo shoot that's really striking, but I don't think it's something that he ever actually wore on stage. Regardless, I have to point these photos out. I love the bright yellow contrasted with the darker outfit and these high FOV angles. The mesh veil then got an upgrade to this more sort of compact look, and then I think he stopped wearing it. At least as far as I'm aware, after he dropped the anonymous angle, he hasn't really worn the veil for the last few live shows that he's played. I don't know if it'll ever come back or if he'll do what some artists do, which is wear the mask for a little bit before taking it off, but whatever he decides, it doesn't take away from the fact that his shows are honestly such a good time. Speaking of, for a live show, I'd recommend that EDC Las Vegas set that I mentioned at the beginning, and his Club Space livestream as well. For original music, I recommend his Devotion album, and specifically the closing song on it, For You, is one of my favorites. I am an absolute sucker for some well-chopped vocals. Motapit is a great artist and a great DJ, and now we continue on to...
There we go. Sometimes you just have to let the universe know. Like, hey, come on now.
Much like Motapit, Mercy is an artist who produces house music and plays out general dance bangers. He's got this sort of space and future tech-focused theme, even referring to his music drops as transmissions. You can see little hints of his lore in his post description, stating that Mercy is an interdimensional being, but it also says he's a benevolent force, a voice for the people, and part of something called Guard. I would have loved to know more about this side of his story, but Mercy is another artist that hasn't really posted anything in about 2-ish years. But he's still listed on Radish Management's site, so I'm hoping that we'll see an eventual return of his work. His music is very energetic and very fun, and I would definitely love to hear more of it. Fashion-wise, his helmet is super cool. I love the really distinct lines of lighting on it, and the shiny black coating, mixed with the smooth angles and sleek construction, gives it a very nice, clean, spacefaring feel to it. He usually wore an all-black outfit with this vest underneath a long coat, and to be honest, I really like his character with the hood pulled up, but we only have a few instances of that look. And from a photography angle, his Instagram has a lot of really interesting and nicely color-graded shots that feel both professional, but also spur of the moment and gritty at the same time. For music, his most popular track was actually part of the Fast and Furious 9 soundtrack, and I'm not gonna lie, it's really good, like honestly a non-ironic bop. But I'd also recommend his songs Tech, 365, and Space for more samples of his music. I really hope we get another transmission from Mercy soon. Until then, let's continue on. NTXC, or Non-Toxic, were a hardstyle duo active from 2015 to 2023. They were, hands down, my favorite hardstyle producers, so much so that they were in my Spotify top 5 the same year that I found them. So when they ended their project just a year or two after that, man, that one hurt a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. But their music was, and is, super energetic, super fun, and just like an absolute blast to listen to. Unfortunately, I never got to see one of their live sets aside from a live streamed one, but it seemed like their festival shows were just as fun and lively lively as their original tracks. Fashion-wise, we love a black hoodie and we love a black jacket. I also like how they matched but had their own hat style, and I love the evolution of their masks. They went from having that sort of baseline purge mask that I've actually seen a few different DJs wear at this point, as well as people just in the crowd, to having a more bespoke mask that had the same X-eyes and stitched mouth but placed over a much more geometrically sculpted face. And maybe this is weird to point out, but the way that the masks were constructed often caught the light at really interesting angles, and in my opinion, made them really pop and look neat when photographed. And also to note, when one of the members departed, the remaining ones switched to this white version for at least one live show, and it definitely brought its own very striking contrast when paired with the all-black fit. For a music rec, my absolute favorite song of theirs is Pixel Perfect, but any track in their discography absolutely hits. For a live stream, I'd point to their House of Faith set. Only one of the duo was able to make it to that performance, but that doesn't stop the set itself from being an incredible showcase of hard dance. I give them 2 middle fingers up out of 10. Next artist. Open Boundaries is a musician that's popped up in the last year or two who focuses on mixing upbeat and melodic EDM with heartfelt vocals and lyrics that hit a little too close to home sometimes. Along with Cloud None, he's one of the few artists on this list that have a much calmer, kind of mellow sound to them. At least up to this point, Open Boundaries has always released their singles with 3 different mixes. They include the original track, a club mix, and an extended message mix in which the tracks are bookended by a sort of spoken poetry. He has a really nice singing voice and a really nice cadence to his spoken word, and there's just something about the way he writes that's really interesting to listen to. I know that's not exactly a helpful description, but it's the best way that I can describe it. Fashion-wise, Open Boundaries is on point. He has this very clean, minimalist, sometimes tech-wearish look, and has a few different masks he bounces between. Some are completely made out of spikes in different colors, and there's this other one that has this sort of punk rock blacked out visor that I mentioned earlier. On their own, I love them, but I also love how they represent different characters. There's a very heavy emphasis of light and darkness in his work, both visually and in his music. And I know quite a few artists do this, I say speaking as a huge NF fan, but there's something about an artist turning their lighter and darker emotions into actual characters that interact with each other that I just love. It's a trope I will never get tired of, and it helps that in this instance, both Hope and Dread look super cool. Also, hey, it's your old pal Editing Kata here. His song Blinded came out recently, and it reminded me, I gotta mention how much I love this dude's recent set deck for his videos. Since his MVs are mostly him just sitting in one location, the background is just as important of a focal point as the artist is. For Blinded, I love the color scheme, the composition, and whether it's intentional or not, the halo imagery behind his head is super cool. I just adore how this video looks, I adore the fit, and the song. Blinded is really fucking good. Please go listen to Blinded. My favorite track of his is Snap, but his entire discography I think is well worth a listen, and I can't wait to see the next chapter of his work. I think Open Boundaries is off to a great start, and with that, we are on to the next.
Do you have a drum and bass? Well, so I will say I'm not nearly as well versed in drum and bass, especially currently, as I used to be. Like, I used to listen to like a shitload of Monster Cat. Like, I was just fucking drinking that Kool-Aid on that. Despite the fact that you've been running confused about whether I have a video playing in. Yeah, my bad. But I don't have a Rex right now. But maybe in the future I'll do a deep dive, because I'm also hearing some Rex here that I was like, okay, maybe I should check that out. Yeah, I just haven't really like put in the time lately on a lot of electronic music. Actually, it's been slacking in a sense.
Project in 2015 and has a very melodic, down-tempo take on the sort of retro synthwave genre. And immediately, before I talk about anything else, I need to bring up the lore behind Pilot's character. Pilot is another wonderful example of a masked artist with a story and world building surrounding their character that you might not be aware of. If you go to his site, iampilot.com, and go to the story tab, you're greeted with a list of names that match his music releases. If you click on them, you're brought to these beautifully rendered art pieces that either have little story blurbs at the bottom, extra details annotated on the art itself, or both. The writing starts off as 1 or 2 pages of notes that the main character is writing down to try and make sense of his situation, and then it expands into literally whole chapters or short story-length entries. Not only that, at a certain point in the story, you can literally play a choose-your-own-adventure game that's programmed in-universe by a character within the narrative. To set that story up for you, it centers around a man who wakes up with amnesia in a rundown motel and sets off on his bike trying to recall anything about his past life. The setting is the city of Solai, and the story comes with all of your staples of the cyberpunk genre. Neon lights, future tech, biochips, androids, a scrappy supporting cast, an evil megacorporation, and if the art is anything to go by, it is constantly raining or otherwise slightly damp. And all of this is just so cool. This is the kind of stuff I love to see attached to a project. There is so much thought and care and hard work put into telling the story, and the artists who make Pilot's illustrations are just wildly skilled. And actually, after a bit of digging, I found out that one of the main artists is a guy who goes by Mike Yakovlev, who's done both 2D and 3D art for Pilot as well as Fool. So big props to him, his work rocks. Anyways, if you're into reading and into cyberpunk fiction, I'd say set aside a few hours to go through what's available of Pilot's story so far. Visually, going off this Patreon video from a while back and some old photos, he definitely has the gear to bring the character to life. But seeing as how I don't think Pilot plays live shows, I'll just be looking at the art pieces for the fashion check. Or wait, I just found this Instagram post. Apparently, he is going to start playing live shows this year, but I think this video is going to come out well before then. So I'm just going to assume he looks super cool. Pilot basically fits in perfect with a common type of character you see in a bunch of synthwave aesthetic art. Like, literally, if you Google synthwave art or synthwave motorcycle, Pilot pops up in the results. If there's a city out there drenched in a purple-blue neon glow with a grid-based background, a cut-up sunset, and a low-poly mountain range in the distance, then I'm pretty sure at least half the population consists of dudes in motorcycle jackets with motorcycle helmets and motorcycles. But fitting into the mold of an archetype isn't a bad thing. Character archetypes exist for a reason, and Pilot is a standout character amongst the other synthwave cyclists. For music, his 2023 album Axiom is a really nice listen. It definitely gives you a good overview of the sort of chill side of synthwave Pilot usually composes in, while Shadow Task, Upgrades, and The Law are a bit more on the up-tempo side. I give Pilot a Light Up the Night out of 10. The comparison makes sense, I swear. There's a tower, there's a guy on a motorcycle, there's robots, there's just little cyberpunk and dystopian Mega Man things. Oh my god, alright, who do we have? Oh my god, let's talk about Reaper. I've been following his career since he debuted on Monster Cat with a track called Sawtooth back in 2019, and let me tell you something. Like many people in the United States, I seemingly have a genetic disposition against drum and bass music. However, Reaper's work is so good that it rewrote my DNA, and now I love it. He might as well be a saint because that dude is working miracles. I don't know what it is about the way he produces, but his music was able to make my absolutely dubstep-rotted brain appreciate D&B. I've loved like every single release he's put out, and his live shows are legitimately some of the best sets I've seen in person. I am very, very self-conscious about dancing, but holy shit if I can't help it but fucking schmoove during his sets. They are so fun and so energetic, his transitions and his doubles are super clean, and I was listening to one of his sets while writing this part of the script, and I was just like instinctively throwing up gun fingers in the middle of typing. On the fashion side of things, Reaper is absolutely passing the fit check. I like his recent sort of tactical look he's had going on from the Challenger Tour. His flight suit from his debut was absolutely ace, and I love the inclusion of jewelry. The necklaces and rings and bracelets he wears adds a nice little splash of silver to his look. And his mask was made by an artist called Ivan King, whose work I've been a fan of for a long while. Specifically, it's the Baron mask, so if you want to do a Reaper cosplay, you can get a head start on that for upwards of $150. I love the filigree detailing on it, I love the beanie hat that goes with it. I feel like Reaper's character overall would be right at home in some kind of Payday type heist game. For music recommendations, I'd say give his Disruptor LP a listen or his recent Challenger album. For a live stream, I'd say his Get in Step show or set from Rampage Open Air would be a good place to start. Reaper gets I love how he talks out of his eyes out of 10. Absolutely incredible. Next artist.
Praise hell. I am
Raise Hell is another musician who grew in popularity in the sort of funk renaissance of the last few years, and I did not know this until this exact moment, but Raise Hell used to be a Monster Cat artist under a very similar name whose work goes back all the way to at least the early 2010s.
Yeah,
And
I've been
it's
listening to
pretty
Raise
damn
Hell for a
popular.
long ass time.
I'm gonna be real, my mind is sort of blown right now. I always thought that Raise Hell was a new musician who popped up out of nowhere, and as it turns out, I am a fool, and this man has had a storied career. And as fate would have it, he recently came back to the Monster Cat label for a release with Cloud Zero. Looking at his current work, Raise Hell has become a pretty big contributor to the drift funk scene. I think it's drift funk. I don't really know the difference between drift funk and Brazilian funk or Memphis funk or any other type of funk, and funk is starting not to even sound like a word anymore.
And words, man, we made them up!
But visually, Raise Hell has had two different versions of his mask. There's this one with a sort of black liquid dripping around the eyes and mouth, and another one that's just kind of painted in a plain fuchsia base. This is the look that he's been going with recently, but I wanted to call attention to this look right here for the sheer fact that whoever did the body paint for this shoot designed it so well in my opinion. The composition of this is so neat. I love the way that the red pulls up from the hands, the symmetry of the chest detail that's kind of reminiscent of the main bone in the sternum, the way the lines flow and contour of the body, especially how they pull around from the back, curve on the sides, and end in these jagged points on the front of the torso. It just has such a good flow to it from a visual design standpoint. I love this look, but I understand why it was only done for one photo shoot. I can imagine how long this took to apply. But this is definitely my favorite version of the Raise Hell character. And I know someone has probably made this comparison already, but I feel like Raise Hell and Gengar share the same base design, but one of them had a symbiote alien attached to them and got into funk music, while the other one looks like the demonic manifestation of the 2010s emo scene culture and plays heavy bass. And also, at least at one point, they both had glowing rainbow eyes. I really want the two of them to collab for an incredibly shallow reason, and it's because I think the cover art would go hard as hell with their respective characters. Honestly, the music too. I'd love to hear what Death Funk would sound like. Oh, hey, side note, I forgot. I think I actually have heard an example of Death Funk, and it's literally called Death Funk. And it was made by, guess who? Code Pandorum and Quiet, and it kicks ass. For a live set, I would recommend his recorded DJ set from last year, and for his original music, I really like his tracks Terror and Techno Funk. He also just released an album that's made up of funked versions of popular samples or melodies, ranging from Eminem's Without Me to the Lavender Town theme from Pokemon. Also, it seems like Raise Hell is going to be the first funk-focused DJ to play Tomorrowland, and I'm super stoked to see that live stream. I bet it's going to be a great time. And also, God, I've said the word funk too many times, and it honestly seriously doesn't sound real anymore. Let's move on to the next artist. Talon is a producer whose work is a hybrid of hard dance and hard bass, and to be totally honest, he and Non-Toxic are basically the artists that really got me back into hardstyle music. Must I did too, but he's got a face. You can see his little face right there, so he's not going to be covered on this list unfortunately, but he is really good. Anyways, it's been kind of hard for me to find concrete information about Talon's work, but I believe he got his start in 2018, released his first EP in 2019, and has released a handful of singles and played a couple of live shows in the following years. I'm a really big fan of his hybrid sound, but unfortunately, I do remember some people from the hardstyle community got kinda uppity towards Talon for daring to put dubstep in his sets. I preface this by saying I'm not judging anyone for having a different opinion than me on this subject, but for live sets, I really think that variety is key. I think that a predominantly dubstep show can be elevated by a splash of hardstyle or electro house or what have you, and conversely, a hard dance set can be elevated by moments of differing genres as well. Hell, Talon's got an ID that mixes hardstyle and drum and bass, and it absolutely slaps. Okay, bro is galaxy brained. What I'm trying to say is that I don't want dubstep and hardstyle to fight. I want them to be friends and to hold hands, because I think the genres go very well together, and that there's room for both in one set. As for fashion, oh my god, I love what Talon's got going on. I love how he has such a bright yellow focused outfit. I love the design of the custom jacket. I love the matching kicks, the LED-like gloves. This is such a complete look. Match-wise, he goes between this white...
Can we at least get 151
I don't know what
bands?
kind of mask this is, if I'm gonna be honest. It's very unique. I've never seen anything like it before. I actually went to see if it was sold online, and I ended up finding one of his old masks instead. It's this one right here, sans the LED visor. So I wonder if he got his recent one custom made or something, but he goes between that mask and just wearing the fabric one that sits beneath it. And I feel like this dude has such good vibes, honestly. He always looks like he's having a blast on stage. His sets are super fun, and I really think Talon is one of many artists on on this
sound,
list
aren't
who
they?
are
Yeah.
just criminally
Big
undiscovered
Sharp
and underrated.
would
For a
kinda go
live set,
crazy.
I'd recommend
Christian
his House
metal
of Fate
band
live
called
stream.
Big
He
Sharp.
also has an official crowd recording from his EDC 22 set, and for
would
original
kinda go
music, I'd
crazy.
say What We Do and Songbird are good places to start. This guy is great. I hope to see him on more lineups, honestly, but for now, let's continue.
Void.
Okay, I could not wait to talk about this one. Void is a side project of Sudden Death, and I think it is one of the most visually and audibly engaging projects in the current scene. The music has a lot of stabbing bass hits and sort of rolling melodies on top of it. It's incredibly aggressive, the reverb is cranked to max, and there's a lot of really interesting sound design, not only in the Void albums, but in all of Sudden Death's work. Also, I swear to God, playing Behemoth VIP is like an actual cheat code to hype up an audience. Literally just play the first few notes, fade out the volume, and 10 to 1, the audience will finish it for you. Hearing that activates some sort of primal psychological response in the mind of a basshead, much like hearing the first few notes of Megalovania activates a primal fight-or-flight response in the rest of the internet. Actually, on that note, let me play a few of Void's more recognizable sounds. If you're unfamiliar with his music, then this will be a little peek at that sound design I was talking about, and if you've attended any sort of bass festival or show, there's a good chance you've heard. Sudden Death is really, really good at writing incredibly unique and recognizable hooks, and like I said prior, his sound design is so peak. Now, the first Void EP was released in 2018, but we didn't get the first picture of Void as a character until 2019. I believe this was the first pic, at least. I went to check his Instagram to make sure, but it looks like he cleaned the account up and those first Void pictures got caught up in the sweep. And, oh look, he's floating. We'll get to that in a second. As for the character, I'm not entirely sure what Void is. I go back and forth between him being a god of death and blood and chaos and torment that has a whole cult around him, to being the mask itself, which is like possessing Sudden Death and also still probably has a cult around it, to like a silly little forest-dwelling wizard who's doing interpretive dance to try and get a significant other, and honestly, who hasn't been there? But I love how many different versions of the Void costume there are, from the different stag skull mask types to all the different outfits, ranging from an exposed ribcage to a blood-soaked white fit.
Yeah, we will, I'll probably watch the rest of this video off stream. But, yeah, you know, we're halfway through Halo, and we're also halfway through all the, these 3 achievements. Yes, halfway through all these achievements, because I have to be in, anniversary every time I want to pick up a skull or terminal, so we're simpatico. We're getting all of these in one. But, yeah, that will probably, we'll call the stream here. Let's go to face. So I have no idea when, if there will be a stream in between now and, when we kick off Kingdom Hearts. So we will come back to Halo at some point and finish off this with the second half, but, we'll probably, that might be a weekend thing, because it's gonna take quite some time to go through the rest of this game. The library. Yeah, so we'll come back to this, but this Wednesday, myself, It's Just Charles, and Queen Ethelred, we will be going through Kingdom Hearts. Look forward to that. It's gonna be a lot of fun going through that for my first time, and yeah, it's gonna be a blast. And yeah, that's that will do for the stream here. Thank you, Hive, for the sub as well, and resubbing. Always appreciated. Thank you, Charles, for popping in here, as well as I think Big Husky was in here at the start, and then was probably lurking. But yeah, it was a good day. It was a good stream. It was good to getting back into this, and hopefully by Wednesday as well, I'll have the new mic. We'll be all set up. It's gonna be a lot of fun. New era. And eventually, at some point, I'm hoping to get some, you know, get a little bit of the whatchamacallit,